The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Yo, we're slightly early today. So we'll just post up some comments on the side and we can kick it off. What are we doing today? UFOs and paranormal. We're doing this. Just doing the rounds at the moment. Which, how'd you say his name? Gallaudet's family. Being on Dead Files. He's currently big news at the moment in UFO community. And hello from Rumble. First chatter on Rumble. I don't know what happened to YouTube. We got no one on YouTube. Oh, right, we got one showing up. People. Power. What's that? Power fan. All right. It's been eons. I've seen you here. Oh, okay. You're on Twitch. I thought it was Rumble. This shows how bad my eyes are. Yeah, haven't used Twitch for a very long time. The last time I used it went out of sync with the video and I thought stuff this. I'm going back to YouTube because my suspension for 3 months was over with and I could stream again. But by then, the damage had been done. The people didn't want to switch over from YouTube, and I didn't like the new ways to donate and support me. So yeah, it's all a bit sad. But since I've set up, since Twitch has allowed multiple streaming, I'm now streaming to 8 places at the same time. So it takes care of any shenanigans done by YouTube by deleting videos and stuff. And we've got multiple copies out there we can download from if we need to. Yeah, so I set up a Raspberry Pi as my restreaming server. A Pi 400 of all things, and it works quite nicely. And it sits around about 10% CPU there, doing 8 strings, so that's pretty good. Michael King has finally joined us, the King of Scotland. Where's your son? Adam, isn't it? Adam was your son, wasn't it? He said hi on the side chat last time. You must have been away from the computer or something. Yeah, there's the web page, and I better lock that to pin comment. What's that one? Marvis. Who was Adam then? I thought Adam was your son. Because they said it's Adam from Scotland, directly after your comment. Marcus, okay. Who's Adam then? I thought he was related to you. Okay. Is Adam a Scottish name though? Where's Adam come from? Adam and Eve, I suppose. That's a Christian name, I suppose. But yeah, everything's looking like it's running smoothly at the moment. Yeah, well, I don't know who Adam was too. Someone said Adam from Scotland, and I sort of thought that was your son typing in because you went away or something. Okay. Where's Shogun? Where's what's his name? Jasper. I'm starting to forget people's names because they don't show up very often. Yeah, my eyes are a bit blurry. Oh, the right eye's a bit blurry today. Damn it. Yeah, so I've just got to stop a few things here. Previews are playing on everything here, so I've got to make sure none of them are playing. Rumble. Let me just reload that one. I think it's playing. Yep, looks like it's working there. And we got 4 people in Rumble there. Hi. Hey guys. Come and chat if you want to. Twitch, we had I'll just see if it comes up. Why's it got a blink? I got one person there. People Power fan. We only get about one person watching there, if any. Odyssey. Zero watching there, no surprise. And I've got to stop that. Pill does look like it's up and running. We got 7 drop past and 2 currently watching. Hey guys. So YouTube, Pilled, and Rumble again, and 1 on Twitch, which is a bonus. We should be ready to go. Yeah, another interesting week with Reddit. Not sure if I was logged into it or not. I might just have to check it on the other screen. I was meant to check it before the show. Yeah, it looks like it's created that random profile. I must have clicked on one of the other things. To what email has it created it to, though? You got to be careful with Reddit because they might think you're creating fake accounts, right? and it's quite easy to do with the auto auth thing, you know, because normally I create one with a login password thing. Let me see. Sometimes you need multiple accounts, of course. When you get blocked for no reason, or you know, there's haters out there that report you for no reason. It's like American politics at the moment. Let me just bring that back up. Yeah. Suppose it creates a random name, does it? Yeah, it looks like a random name. Oh well, we'll just stick with it with that account anyway. Can it come up? Come back up. So yeah, there's UFO and there's also UFOs that I tried to post to, but UFOs is more hostile. It's got like 2.5 million followers on it, and of course there's going to be a lot of haters of my channel because they have this mental, I don't know, block or whatever you want to call it, that I'm a debunker and they get the wrong idea from people like GUFON about me without actually checking me out and just watching one of my shows. Well, watching multiple shows, because every show is different, right? Some shows might be more interesting to you than others, and we do cover a variety of topics, right? So, as you can see, the sort of stuff being promoted here, it's just a lot of recycled stuff and also current stuff happening. It doesn't do thumbnails properly for me. Why, I don't know. But it doesn't seem to put up the YouTube thumbnails for me when I post, so I don't know what's going on there. They've been mucking around with improvements, so-called improvements. So we'll be talking about this guy here. Navy Admiral. I thought it was a Rear Admiral family. So we'll be talking about that. Oh, they're still promoting the Baltic Sea thing, are they? That's the one they use for the Baltic Sea, isn't it? Looks like it's too big too. I'll have to scale it down a bit. Then I won't be able to read it. Looks like it's meant to be for that size, right? It's got a little side panel here. But 67 is a wee bit small, I think. And if you go to UFOs, I see the worst of the stuff being promoted there. My job is never ever going to be complete. It's quite interesting though. It'll be all the same sort of stuff as on the other one. No, not the Ranger guy. Remember that one we did? Turned out to be an inducted fan drone. Like someone was flying around his neighborhood. Well, he claims to be filming UFOs when a lot of it looks like distant planes. Blinking light. And these cameras, these night vision cameras, can see quite a distance away, you see. And it's probably near an airport. I don't know what his location is, but it's probably on a holding pattern here, right? These are flying around, so this is why sometimes the lights show up. Looks like they're flying around in a circle there, doesn't it? Looks like a holding pattern for an airport. And then the next one gets told to come down and land. Let's see if it ends up being flash here. There's certainly a lot of bugs. That's very similar to what I get, isn't it? Oh, what's this one? There we go. Plane ended up down there again. Rave. No, we don't want to update. Seems to be in the same place. And looks like it's been IR because we're not getting any colours. So if we got some colours, we might be able to suss it out. But yeah, I just hate videos like this where there's no analysis done. Again, it looks like planes in holding pattern. Orange lights rotating in the sky. And that couldn't possibly be military flares, could it? On parachutes. Or skydivers. Let's have a look. Of course, as you know from watching my channel, we've now got kites, lead kites to deal with, and we've got drones. So yeah, there's plenty of stuff we could have a look at today. It looks like it's gradually coming down there, if I'm not mistaken. Just like parachute flares would do. Going down, disappearing. Parachute flares. Yeah, but people post comments saying it's UFOs. Filmmaker. Just go through it quickly. So I don't bother posting there because I get downvoted so much that no one sees my post anyway. So there's no point in posting on that Reddit. But if I was a security team or someone, I'd probably get voted way up. Ah, look, same post as last one. What we got here? Another light in the sky. Again, it could be anything. Kite, drone, satellite even. Plane, distant plane. And you got to remember, we can see probably about 100 kilometers away. Depends on your height, if you're on the ground or higher up, and how clear the weather is. In fact, that could even be Venus. It doesn't seem to be moving, does it? Or does it stop playing? Alright, stop playing. Does it autoplay, does it? Alright, it does too. So none of these videos give you a location or a map, you know, or tracking app snapshots of currently looking in that direction. You could just add it to your video, right? even if you put it in as multiple links, right? You can say here's a snapshot or a video, short video recording of my smartphone at the time of the plane finder, or in what's the other one, Heavens Above, for satellite tracking, and also International Space Station would be on that, hopefully. But yeah, people just don't do it the way I try and teach people how to do it. And so we end up with a lot of this junk that we have to deal with. It gets recycled around and around and around again. But if I go to my last ones, let's go to last week's one. Let's see if I can find last week's show. You'll see how badly it performed, despite I had really credible UFO sightings, right? I wonder if I can find it. What was it called last week? It was called... not that one. Yeah, what's happened to... into my front one that I used to have. Oh, there it is. This just got scrolled off, has it? I haven't got it lined up properly. Okay, that makes a difference. What did I use? 90, wasn't it? I wonder if I can find it on 90. What's the keyword in that one? S505 Skinwalker. Let's see if it works. Yes, 505. We couldn't find it. I'm pretty sure I posted it. Let's try something else. 90. Probably got deleted, have we? Is he a good guy or a clown? Well, these guys should know that one by now. Talk about that guy. We're going to talk about him too. That's one of my posts. Talking about what's his name? Gabba. Should have been way after that though. Pretty sure. I'm not seeing it. It's pretty weird, isn't it? Got Robert one there. GUFON. Only 2 votes. Hardly anyone watched it. Aussie guy again. Should have been around here, I would have thought. I think it's not sorted in order, maybe. Doesn't look like it, does it? 7 days, 4 days, 4 months ago. It's not sorted in order. How do we sort it in order? Relevance. No. Try that. And nothing's come up. I'm very sure I had it posted there. It must have got silently deleted, I'd say. Let's see, we'll try UFO documentaries is the other one. So far they haven't been too narky there. It's been mostly my posts there, not many people posting there. I'm just trying to get the right zoom level here. Okay, so that's the last one I posted. Talking about my outer body and vivid dreams that come true with the experiment of the negative ion generator I was playing around with. But I don't get that anymore, of course. I don't have the same negative ion generator. I think maybe that was the key. I'm pretty sure I would have posted it. So let me just see. Maybe I slipped up and didn't. Pretty sure I did though. So you can see it's all my posts. Yeah, I'll probably end up getting banned. But I only post a couple a day, so it's not sort of spamming, but so I'm posting some of the better ones, of course. Oh, here we go. That's it there, isn't it? Real classic dust found in 2018. Yeah, that's it. Ah, right. We changed it to SWR 505 there. So how many views did that one get, or how many likes did that one get there? 3 likes. And no comments on it, right? So you think thousands of people would be watching it. And how many people in that channel? Where does it say the numbers? Where do we get the details? Maybe because I'm not joined on this. Should tell you how many people there though, shouldn't it? I think it's about 300,000 that one. 300,000, only 3 likes on it. So, and if we go to UFO one again. So it was called SWR. Does that work this time? Ah, it works this time. So I changed the name a wee bit on this post here. And it says it's from the Out There channel. And there's my sub there. So cross posted it. And only got 5 likes. You can bet there'll be like 10 negative likes on it and only 1 reply on it. Even though I asked people to reply. Alright, I had a typo in the header or something, yeah. Because N and H is next to each other and I didn't spot it. You know, people just don't watch. Some of the complaints is this absolutely ridiculous. Oh, I'm not going to watch 3 hours as the usual one. Well, what do these guys do with all their time if they're not interested in UFOs? They're only interested in 5-minute videos. What's the point of that? You can't get anything from that. Let's see if we can find one that I got trashed on. Oh, I was meant to keep that one. I wonder if we can find out the one of the most comments on it. What's another one I did? A Mojo's one. What was the name of it though? What did I use on it? Alien something, was it? Alien. Alright, not clickbait. Oh, why does it delete that? It needs to lock it in. Damn stupid thing. Clickbait. I said it's not clickbait, remember? Clickbait. Because people read the header and they think, oh yeah, it's just clickbait. And I'm trying to tell them it's not clickbait. There you go. No, that's not me. Need to find that one. That one's going to be hard to find, I suppose. Let's try Alien. Just trying to think of other words I used in the title. Because it doesn't give me a little thumbnail like these ones get. I don't understand why though. Did I say? What is the title I used on it? Let me just look it up. Go home. Just want to show you some of the stupid comments, that's all. This one here. Smoking gun evidence, not clickbait. Because I may have changed the title on it. On Reddit. Alien Grey, just try that, and cloaked or whatever. Right. It's got to be fairly unique, isn't it? That's one of mine, the Goat Man. I don't look like Alien Grey we're after. Oh, here we go. Sky Watcher captures UFO over water. Yeah, let's have a look at this one. Yeah, it looks like I changed the name of it. And put more stuff in. Only 2 likes. And no comments. Oh no, it's on my channel. No, it's on UFOs on my channel. It's a cross post. You see what I mean? It's just hopeless. Now, there's no way I'm going to get to 10,000 subs on YouTube and beat the suppression either. You can see that the subs are pretty much stalled there. Pretty much across all domains there. There's no way I can, you know, even if I had the best footage, unless I'm a TV personality, because one of these ones, the comments was, who are you and who is Robert Farmer, you know? Unless you're on TV, these people are not interested, right? But they know who Ross Cohart is, and they know who David Grush is. But they don't have any real evidence. They don't offer anything real to ufology apart from hearsay. And we think David is the one that leaked all those crappy flare videos and all that to Corbell, right? Balloon videos. Yeah. It does say 0 comments, doesn't it? You'd think there'd be a lot of comments on that. There's no comments. That's really weird. It doesn't make any sense. If I go to my channel, does that bring up that one? Probably got more activity there. Yeah, it hasn't brought up the one I wanted though. How'd you get? Oh, there we go. Well, at least on my own channel, I got downvoted. Normally you have one on there, but no. A load of trolls come along and hit downvote on it. We got 3 comments. Someone said they enjoyed it. How about that? It looks quite convincing. Wondering how easy it would be to fake if it was a fake. I've offered James Fox a source and said it didn't want. And said didn't want money, but maybe offer the guy some new camera if they use it. He wasn't interested. His experts said it was fake, I guess. But how, when I cover it all on my breakdown and best enhancement I ever did, 1 week worth and 1 week to edit the episode. Yeah, a lot of words get missed when I type in here because I'm zooming in magnifier, right, and I'm using spell thing to correct words, and for some reason it seems to sometimes pick the wrong word, or it replaces, gets rid of and or a word in front of it for some reason. So you can see Reddit is pretty much flogging a dead horse, really. I was just trying to find all the negative comments. How can you find out comments? But anyway, you can go and check it out anyway. I should post a link to my channel there. How do we share it? Join, copy. I'll just post it down the side. It's kind of disappointing though. I don't know how I can break through without selling your cell to big channels, which we know are hoaxes. Yeah, would agree parachute flares can drop very slowly. Yeah. Okay. Does that work? Oh yeah, that kind of worked. Now you can join that if you got a Reddit account, I guess. Or do one of those zero off one, it creates your account instantly with some strange names. But yeah, if I kind of find all the ones with the comments, is there a way to bring up comments through this way? Doesn't give an option, does it? Hot. What's that doing? Contact. Anyway, I probably have to go through all my live episodes and sort of make the best of the best, you know. So when we did analysis on meteorite impact sites and found that they overlaid pretty much where the big impact sites was where all the Bermuda Triangle was, and the Dragon Triangle and Alaska Triangle all had like meteorite impact craters all around them. So I probably have to cherry pick various bits out of live shows and make the best of out there channel. But not that anyone will probably watch it. But yeah, it's a lot of work really. If I had like a team of people, probably could do it for me, and that would be good. I suppose that's what happens if you end up being a big channel. You can just hire people to do it. You know, people won't do it for free, but they might do it if they get paid. Anyway, it's very sad, ufology, especially what I'm going to cover today. But yeah, I got some other stuff here. So the news this week was about Trump troll, right? And that just shows you the lack of understanding about people out there. I got Greenwald. So what did this person say? So, does anyone really believe that Trump, a multi-billionaire, misclassified checks totaling $130,000? He has accountants and lawyers who take care of these things, most of which likely has little knowledge. So the claim is that Trump hired the porn star for a night of fun, I guess, and he paid her off $130,000, and they're claiming he put it onto the what do you call it, election funds, right? Which is illegal. Personal expenses on a campaign, what do you call it, campaign funding. And then it gets a bit more involved, where the lawyer said that Trump told him to pay her off using his bank account, and Trump will reimburse him. Now, that's not illegal by any sense of the word, right? You can give money to a mate and say, yeah, you pay off the event that happened. So whether this porn star was hired for a party, it's like a secret party of married men, and they got out of control, we don't know. Whether it was like a one night stand with the porn star by Trump himself, but who really cares, right? If it was a stag party or whatever. For some reason she got bitter because she was trying to get onto the Apprentice show, and maybe that was part of it. Maybe she seduced him and then started blackmailing him, and so he paid her off to shut her mouth up. But that's not what he was being trolled on, though. Everybody thinks that Trump's done a lot of crimes. But yeah, paying off someone to keep their mouth shut is not actually illegal, especially when it's on the books, the accountant's books of being paid, right? So what was all this troll all over? It was over him using electoral funds to pay for it, and it was his word against their word. Now, the funny thing is the lawyer's already been convicted for fraud in other areas of the business, and he's doing time in jail, prison. And they're trying to take the word of a lawyer who's trying to get revenge back at Trump, and also the porn star's trying to get back at Trump as well. It's like having an ex-girlfriend that claims that you raped her, you know. And yeah, people are just all happy that Trump's got done over with the jury there in New York, which is biased in the first place, right? And this guy makes a really good point, you know. If you're a billionaire, well, even if you're fairly a busy guy, you know, even I was busy in Australia when I was a contractor, that I didn't want to go through and do all my taxes and work through all the statements and try and get a good reclaim. I normally just got all the paperwork together and dropped it off to one of those tax places, like they call it HR Block or whatever, and let them handle it. And if they claimed stuff illegally, it's on their heads, not nothing to do with me. But that's basically what's happened with Trump, isn't it? I think did the lawyer get done for not claiming bonuses for the staff paid that Trump paid bonuses to or something, and they wrote it off as a tax expense or something when it shouldn't have been done? Was that one, or was that something else? I don't know. But yeah, this guy makes a good point, and of course all the pro-Trump people will love it, right? And all the other people will be the naysayers. Trump was running his shady business from the Oval Office. Now, as soon as I read that, I think, are they talking about Trump or Biden? Because Biden's the one that's doing the shady stuff with the laptop and his son, right? So I think, what shady business are they talking about? He personally signed all the checks to pay off Cohen, the lawyer. This was shown in evidence at the thing, which is not illegal. So you didn't really listen to Cohen's testimony. So this is the problem with the problem in ufology as well. Cohen testified that Trump did have knowledge of the scheme. He misspelled paying. So this is another thing I get to. I get the Nazi spellers out there attacking you over spelling or grammar or whatever. He could have paid her. That isn't a crime, exactly. The crime was saying that this was a legal expense. Nobody cares who he stuck his dick in. We all know he isn't faithful, I suppose he means there, and has cheated on every wife, and so has Bill Clinton, and people still like him. That makes it a misdemeanor offense, not a felony. So this is what they did. They took a 5-year-old case, which is 5 years past the statutory thing in the first place, and turned it into another offence called a felony, saying it was linked to election funds. So why didn't they do that 5 years ago when they tried to get him in 2016, right? It's also past the, yeah, that's what I was just saying, statute of limitations, but they went and twisted the law around again to pin something on him, claiming that because he was outside the state, the statute got paused, and that's not how it works. So there's all this stuff that you don't hear on mainstream media, right? And even on our TV news here, we get the CNN feed, which doesn't cover all this sort of stuff. And the people out there that follow the echo chamber just don't understand. Ooh, what's happened there? We've been deleted. Alright, what's this one? So, another one here. First felony conviction of a former US president wasn't for the Iraq or Afghanistan wars, illegal CIA coup, drone striking, winning or spying on Americans, you know, that's all the other past presidents, right? It was because Trump misclassified a $130,000 payment for a porn. Yeah, he's not the accountant though. He says, here's the money to the accountant, sort it out. This is how stupid it all is. It tells you everything you need to know. And someone said here, incorrect. The corruption partisan judge Merchan gave the jury a set of oral instructions on how to determine the guilt that was not based in fact or reality, but the jury happily did as they were told. The judge, during Merchan, will be disbarred and should be tried for treason for his attempts to subvert the upcoming election. See, I agree with that. You know, and I'm not an American, and, you know, I just read all the information here and make a, you know, informed judgment. But how can the jury not understand this? Doesn't make any sense. So maybe the lawyers weren't able to bring this forward, right? They weren't able to bring these points forward because the judge would have silenced them. I think that's the half problem there. The judge's bias when that should never happened. And even Elon Musk has chipped in here. Indeed, great damage was done today to the public's faith in the American legal system. If a former president can be criminally convicted over such a trivial matter, motivated by politics rather than justice, then anyone is at risk of a similar fate. So yeah, I'd like to start to see Hillary Clinton and Biden and all that have their heads rolled next as well. And you got these liberals here, gloating over it, of course. But I just wanted to bring that up anyway, just to clear up a few things. So if people can't get the politics right on Trump, how are they going to get it right on UFO stuff, especially with Congress, right? It's just stupid. Yeah, I suppose you can search on Trump. It's probably still going today, is it? Let's see. Yes, there was a hashtag for him for the stuff, but it's not coming up anymore. Trump. Oh, crap. I'll just put that in there. You see, it's going to be zillions of posts. So you got the right side saying the same thing. See, if Trump can take all that thrown at him, but like all the shit I get on ufology when I debunk stuff, right? That makes him a really strong candidate for the position of being president, in my book. If he can have all this false stuff thrown at him. Let's face it, it wasn't whether he's guilty cheating on his wife or not. It was whether he stole the money or tried to hide the money, which didn't seem to be the case. You know, who cares if he cheated on his wife? It's him and his wife to deal with, I guess. I suppose it makes sense. If you had sex with a porn star, and then realised the mistake after and thinking, oh shit, what was I thinking? Hopefully she won't say anything, and then she starts threatening Trump to go public about it. And so he says, well, how much will it cost to stop that happening? And so he offers 130,000, and she still goes against it, right? And blackmails him for more money, doesn't pay, and then she goes public with it. It's pretty dirty, really, what they do in America. But I bet he told the wife anyway. Well, she's probably okay with it. They're probably like an open marriage, probably. It's none of anyone's business, really. But they might be swingers, who knows? She might be doing some on the side too. It's just all stupid. It's all stupid. Anyway, I suppose we're not allowed to talk about it. Yeah, it still began. It began on for months. It'd be the only thing they'd be talking about how. But the funny thing is that Trump can actually be in prison and still run for president, and he can get voted in, and then he can pardon himself and then be released from prison. So if it ends up being even that ridiculous, because he gets the judge is going to fine him or imprison him or whatever before July or whatever, it's going to be interesting days if Trump does his runs his campaign from a prison cell. That's going to be hilarious. I think it's all going to backfire. I think it's people just see that it's just nonsense. The clever people out there see it's nonsense, and it's all going to backfire on them. Yeah, I just had to talk about that though, because it's the only thing people are talking about right now, and this guy here. So yeah, I just want Lureviews. It's so biased. I have to talk about it. So I might do that one first, and go through the other stuff, right? Hey, we got Shogun. We were just talking about you before, saying that we've never seen you around for a while. What's up? We got Jasper as well, have we? Jasper! You must have heard your name being said. Okay. I know yous are not Trump fans, but hopefully you can see the injustice that's being done. People have some brains out there, surely. If you can understand the stuff of percent in ufology, you could probably understand that the politics side of things is a mess. The same goes on in New Zealand as well. We got this problem with the Maoris wanting to control everything here, and they're only 14% of the population. And then if you look at their genetics, not many of them have more than 50% Maori blood in them, you know, and they're getting all these perks and special treatment, and the rest of us are just sick of it, you know. So that's why the government got voted in, because they didn't like them taking control of the water supply in New Zealand, 3 waters and all that sort of business. So yeah, politics is all over the place, but America wouldn't know about what's going on in New Zealand, let alone in their own country. Who did a survey recently? Normally it's you get Mike Dice that goes around the street asking simple questions. Yeah, there was another, I think it was Jesse Waters, he's a new guy on Fox News. They're going around asking them what Memorial Day represents to, you know, Californians, and only a few of them actually knew what it was all about. The rest of them had no clue whatsoever. It's just embarrassment. And that's, you know, Americans must be embarrassed with the level of education in America. you know, obviously the name itself should give it away, you know, meaning that you're going to, you know, talk about military events, you know, honor the people that died in all the wars. That's what it's all about, isn't it? And what was the other one? They asked them what year the Independence Day happened, and most of them didn't know. Someone got close. They said, what was it? 1767, I think they said, but it's actually 1776, I believe. So even I know. And of course, you know, 4th of July, of course. It's just amazing. They don't even know their own history. It's just really scary. So no wonder they can't understand what Trump's about. And yeah, someone said that Trump's got a load of crimes, right? And I said to him in the tweet, I said, okay, can you tell me all the crimes he's done and list the proof of them? And of course, you get no reply back. So that's just like an echo chamber. They hear, oh, Trump's done all these crimes on mainstream media and all that, and they turn out to be all fake crimes, right? And yet they cover up all the other crimes all the other presidents have done previously, Trump. Anyway, Lureviews. Let's get on to the UFO topic, you know. But yeah, politics in and outside ufology is just as bad. Looks like my comments are there. So yeah, I didn't like this thing that Lee did because he's mocking people that have paranormal experiences. I didn't used to have paranormal experiences. They started in the 90s. Before then, I was a wee bit skeptical, but I always felt like a kid. I was always scared of something, and I didn't know what I was scared of. And I always sometimes would put a sheet over my head and just try and go to sleep. Right? A lot of kids end up with night lights on and stuff, but maybe something happened to me, you know, in the past when I was talking about my alien visitations. It may have started back when I was in like 3 years old and don't recall it, but I recall being really scared one night of shadows moving on the wall, which you shouldn't get when you're like 5 stories up in a high rise, because there's no trees to cast shadows. The only thing it's got is clouds, I guess, and the moonlight. But the shapes I saw, I remember, looked like humanoid. So it'd be screaming out. And then the parents would come in and say, oh, it's just imagination, it's just a shadow play. I said, no, it's not. And they said, oh, it's just the shadow over here. I said, no, it's not, it wasn't that, it was moving. So yeah, I don't know, and eventually I fell back to sleep, but where it happened after that, I don't know. I could have sworn there was like shadow people or shadows in the bedroom back in Germany, but you don't really remember stuff when you're like a young kid, but I remember that I was really scared that night of something. I think I was asleep and I got woken up, and then I saw the shadows moving. But yeah, the parents were playing cards next door with the German friends, getting drunk and all that sort of stuff. So if it was aliens hovering outside the window, they were pretty brave not to take a risk. But yeah, like I said, it was only like let's see, 500 meters or more, but 1,000 meters away maybe, where the UFO was spotted hovering over the trees by the German friends back in the 90s. So maybe they come back looking for me. And because now I'm online, I'm very public, so they found me again. But yeah, my paranormal stuff really started though with my sister. My sister was splitting up with her husband and moved into various apartments that were haunted. And they seemed to get attached to her and the hitchhiker effect, and followed her around to her new places. And she wasn't the only one that saw it. She had homestays, you know, Chinese and Japanese homestays, where you put up a student and feed them while they're studying in New Zealand. One claimed a pot plant lifted off a stand and dropped on the floor and smashed. Another one claimed to see a man in a hat walk past in the lounge area and disappeared, and there's no doors there. So yeah, this is the house, another house that she was renting, not far from our house. So eventually she had to move from there and ended up in our house, and then the paranormal started happening in our house. But before we go into that, she went with this new man she found in a pub or whatever, and he took her along to the psychic reading. He believed in the psychics and mediums out there. I was very skeptical of mediums because I heard about cold reading and all that, and yeah, I didn't really believe much in it. And as she was walking into the hall, this medium was greeting people. I think she had a group of about 50 people in there or something like that. And she went to shake hands with Deb, my sister, and she said, "Oh, I could see that you're a skeptic and don't believe in this stuff." And she said, "Yes, that's right." She said, "I might be able to tell you something that's going to happen in the future that you don't know about, that's going to change your mind about mediums and psychics." And she says, "Oh, okay, let me know what you're talking about." She said, "Well, there's a man standing next to you now, a young man, that has died." She couldn't say his name, which I find a bit strange for mediums. The mediums don't always get the names, do they? If you can talk to the dead, surely you can get all the facts and figures, right? So I'm always a bit skeptical of mediums. But she said, "This man standing here, and he knows you." And she says, "Oh, I wonder who it is." And she said, "Well, you'll find out in 2 weeks' time who he is." And she thought, okay. Thought nothing more about it. And so the next day, Mum was asking how the date went with the new guy, and she says, "Oh, he took me along to this medium thing, and she said this really strange thing to me." And Mum thought, "Oh yeah, that's really weird for a date." But she ended up staying with him, having a kid with him eventually as well, not marrying him. And of course that one ended up being a bad relationship as well. That was her second bad relationship. So now she had 3 kids by 2 different men. And sure enough, 2 weeks passed, and this letter arrives in the post. And Mum sees it's used to be for a man that used to live upstairs. We used to rent the top of the house off. And she opened it up, and just to check to see how important it was. She didn't really want to open it up. I think she opened it up. She may not have done. But I think she managed to figure out his mother's phone number anyway. So he phoned up the mother and said, "Look, I've got some letters here for your son. We haven't got a new address since he moved from us. And the mother said, oh, he committed suicide 2 weeks ago by gassing himself in the car because he was a car groomer. He was depressed, and I think his financial situation was getting bad or something, and business was going down the tubes, and so he committed suicide. And so Mum told my sister about it, and she said, oh, I wonder if it was that man that was being talked about by the psychic. And everything sort of clicked then. It sort of made sense. So my sister started believing in the psychics and stuff. But there also something else was happening to the sister at the same time. She apparently was laying in a bed, and she heard a small kid whisper in her ear, thinking it was one of her kids, only to wake up to find no one there. And the kid was saying, wake up, I'm bored. Come and play with me. And that's what she remembers, and there was no kid there. And she went to check on the other kids in the house, and they were fast asleep. Apparently the medium picked up on that. She said, there's a young Indian boy with you also here. And he's lost his mother, and he's attached to you, and he thinks you're his new mother. So she thinks that maybe he got attached to her when she was at the other place that she was renting, which oddly enough was right next to a graveyard. Well, not too far away from a graveyard, a couple of streets over, but there was a strange graveyard on a hill there. And it looked like it had been reclaimed land all around this graveyard. So I just wonder if it was like some graves that used to be where the apartment was, that maybe wasn't dug up even, a bit like that Poltergeist movie. So it's all very interesting. So that sort of changed our view on paranormal with my sister. And of course she went to stay with us, and then stuff started happening with the dog jumping up in this cold blast of air when the door's not even open or the windows weren't open on a very hot night, where it's like 28 degrees Celsius inside the room, and you could feel this cold column of air walking around the room behind me and standing next to me. And I had her dog in my room because there was no other place to put the dog. So I put the cot in my room because it was one of the biggest bedrooms. And she was quite happy staying with me because I walked her pretty much every day for the sister, because we didn't have a dog back then. So I sort of looked after her dog a wee bit with exercise. So she was quite happy in my room. But yeah, it was really strange that the dog jumped up and was staring at this cold spot, and she was like frozen. And I waved my hand into this cold spot, and it was like icy, and it was like at least -4 degrees Celsius, and the rest of the room was 28 degrees Celsius. And it moved. Yeah, it's a bit like on Ghost Adventures or Taps, and that's before those TV shows were actually even on TV in New Zealand. And I wasn't actually following anything like that on TV at all. And all I heard was about Sister's story, and I thought, oh, what's going on here? Now, I thought it was later on that it was that guy that committed suicide that was in the room above me. And I think maybe it walked through the stairwell through the cupboard, because my cupboard was next to the stairwell that went up inside into the other apartment. But he also had a stairwell on the outside to get in and out. But there was an emergency exit for the stairwell coming down inside the house, so to make it legal. I think it come down from the stairs and went through the cupboard and passed through the dog, because the dog was next to the cupboard of the basket. And of course, when a ghost or paranormal walks through you, it stirs you up and you stand up. And you're thinking, what the hell was that? Yeah, so I told my mother and sister about it, and they said, well, there you go. I'm not the only one experiencing strange stuff. And then I think that night, or the following night, the door had a slight hole, a gap in it, to let some air into the room, because it was fairly hot. And the door opened up further, which shouldn't happen, because I don't think there was any gusts of wind or anything like that. And I felt something go and jump onto the side of the bed next to me, and I thought, was I imagining it? It felt like a small kid had jumped onto the side of the bed, and I thought, oh shit, is it that Indian kid that she was talking about? So yeah, interesting. That's sort of how the paranormal worked for us, and it just gradually went from there and there, and I've sort of covered it over the years, if you've been following me. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there with similar stories. Paranormal is probably more regular than UFO visitations, right? Or alien visitations. I'll have a quick read of the comments here before I start going down the rest of the tabs here. So I'm just, what I'm telling you now is going to lead into what we're going to talk about. I've been studying Fidget, whatever that is. Let's just go down. The Out There channel is live. Is yo. But let's, as ever, what's up, boys and others? I'm here. I've been Kite studying. How's Bonnie, Scotland? Well, I think Michael's having a bit of trouble with the X, last we heard. Have you been seeing Michael King Ultra, NK Ultra? Not Michael King, Ultra on Netflix. Well, check it out. Is that a new show? I don't think I've seen that one. They do have some interesting documentaries lately on paranormal and CIA. What was that one called? Forgetting the name of it already. Octopus. The Octopus. If you ain't seen the Octopus, go and have a watch of it. It's very good. So much hypocrisy and, well, poisoning, yeah. So was away grabbing some refreshments, okay. Jasper, Scotland is good, mate. Wasn't at Edinburgh 10 AM this morning. These guys all chatting against each other here. Illegal wars, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's wars of madness. They are. They're a waste of time. It's a lot of wasted lives. You got lots to say there, Michael. And Shogun. It's a new film, really well done. Okay. There is actually a new paranormal show coming up. I got it here somewhere, but we'll cover it. Non-paranormal, UFO show, I mean, to do with aliens. So I'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, let's kick this off.
Real serious behavioral issues, and to put it just...
Now, this guy here has been going on talk shows recently. You might be able to recall him. Navy officer claims that he's seen UFOs, and got no evidence. But now he's talking about all the good guys like Corbell, Knapp, and Sondo, and Ross Cohart, repeating the same crap that those guys repeat, has made them less credible. And of course, now you got these people here, the debunkers, they go to town on them. And Green Streak, of course. Green Streak put out something here about it. Gallandet's family went on national TV and claimed their house was haunted. Dan did a podcast talking about it. I shared the clips and quotes. That's it. UFOs like Sondo are claiming that I went after Gallaudet, I don't know how you're saying it, family. My original tweet below. And Sondo. I know Admiral Gallaudet. Tim, as his first name, is a national hero. I encourage everyone to watch Matt's Good Trouble Show short video. The behaviour by certain journalists are disgusting, by the way. The same characters that attacked him and his family are the same ones attacking me and everyone associated with GVT, transparency. Ask yourself this question: why does the Pentagon and former Arrow leadership use media outlets they do while freezing others out? So because they know certain hack journalists, which is talking about Green Streak here, I guess, will promote their nonsense. Wake up, America! Your freedoms are under siege by pseudo journalists. I think pseudo government, full stop. They want censorship. Agenda that is not in your best interests. I hope every member of Congress watches this video. So they took a clip from the Dead Files. They got the Dead Files in to investigate the house. And of course, Lou just laughs about it all.
Michael King donated £10 through Super Chat.
Thanks, Mike. This guy keeps ridiculing and mocking people that with UFO sightings and paranormal now. Now, you got to remember, this guy's a bit of a hypocrite. He built his 12,000 strong channel from using Luis Elizondo. Met him as a waiter and said, "Oh, can you come on my YouTube channel that I'm just setting up?" And he said, "Sure." And then Lou got other celebs, in the ufology field, like Ross Cohart, to also come along onto the panel shows and have discussions about UFOs with on Lou's channel, because his channel grew very quickly after that. You get talking heads there that got zero evidence, and of course Lou believed that UFOs and aliens were real back then, apparently. Now he's like the extreme opposite and hasn't got any balance in his viewpoints on all this sort of stuff, and I just find it a bit disappointing and also disgusting, because now he thinks that anyone that's had a paranormal sighting has to have a mental problem, and that's not true. I think there's plenty of evidence also captured on various ghost shows now, unless you can prove that they're cheating, which I don't think you can on all the stuff they do, especially when they get EVPs, right? When they're asking it questions and they get a clear EVP like yes or my name is, or whatever, you know, and they go and do some research after and find that person did exist 100 years ago in that location. So I think there's some truth to paranormal for sure. Even if I took a middle ground on it and just followed what was being presented in the shows without my own experiences, you'd have to say there's some serious stuff that needs to be researched. And not to mock people that have these experiences, because it could be a mental thing, but a lot of the time it's not. And you have multiple people see the same thing at the same time as well in some cases. Unfortunately, that didn't happen with my transparent lady that walked into the kitchen, but I would have been glad if Dad saw it and stood there staring at her too. That would have been really cool. But obviously, somehow there's another mystery there, how some people can see it and some people can't, and whether they can actually choose who they show it to, and whether it's done through eyesight or done through EMF radiation into the brain cells directly or whatever, you know. Anyway, he's playing the clip that was on Green Streak here, and he makes a lot of silly comments about it.
Just sum it all up. She is like many of these medium that you see. She can see spirits. She saw them all the time. And there are people that have this ability to tap.
So apparently his 6-year-old was seeing dead people. And Lou thinks he's got a mental problem, right? I think that's just irresponsible, saying that sort of stuff. Anyway, just watch it.
To whatever we want to call it, the other side, where
he didn't go to a child psychologist. He didn't go to a...
Yeah, so he's making false claims here. And because he didn't say anything about the medical history, Lou's not done any research into it, like I did. I did 5 minutes research into it. And I found the clip online where they're talking about that they took her to a psychologist. And so Lou is completely wrong here, and it makes him look like a real jerk.
Psychologist himself. He didn't run this by any professional at all before he just put a fucking label on it. He figured it out what it was and took him to the best psychics on the planet.
Wrong.
What?
Wrong, Lou. And I can prove you're wrong, because I got the clip here from the TV show, and we'll just play it.
Once Cedar turned 3.
Let's talk about what's going on.
She has drawn pictures.
What kind of pictures?
I'll just pause it every so often because it'd be copyrighted.
I have some right here. And this is the man with the brown arms. He lives in her room, in her closet.
Oh, jeez.
Now, what's that with ghosts and closets in America, anyway? Ghosts like the dark, maybe?
This one she saw in my bathroom. It was a man covered with blood.
And that's another thing. Ghosts like to hang out in bathrooms and stare at you in the shower.
And I have a book with over 40 drawings. She has become anxious and depressed. We've seen
There you go. It's the key information.
psychiatrists, psychologists. They all say she's a normal little girl, but she says things that 5 and 6.
So they went to head shrinks and they did all tests on her and said that she's normal.
Children should not be saying. Thank you. Sorry.
No, don't be.
So yeah, I did a bit of research there. Because I don't believe that a TV show wouldn't have medical experts on like that, because they could get sued, and then also it'd have to have like paperwork where you sign, say they're not responsible, blah, blah, blah. But this detective guy, ex-homicide detective, the way the show works, it's not like any other paranormal show. He goes and interviews the people, their medical history, checks out the background of the house, goes to libraries, finds any murders or anything that happened on that location, on the land, Indian tribal stuff. He goes and does all that, and he does it separate to the psychic who they bring into the house. Doesn't know the people names, they hide all the photographs in the house, and she just walks around, talks about what she's sensing. So they get together at the end. The producer has said online that they gathered a lot of information from the psychic, and they don't know what she discovered until they get together for the final filming with the people to discuss each other's findings. And they start to see matchups with the history of the place, with what she found in that location. And she's normally very accurate, and the producer says there's no way she could have known that information, because Steve and the producer knew they had to pay some hardcore investigators to dig through lots of paper clippings, because it wasn't searchable online for certain locations. So once you understand the show a wee bit, then you think, well, can you dismiss psychics and mediums as liars? Well, how can you explain this then, if that's the case? How can they pull out names out of thin air, or someone that died from cancer in that location? Are they just cherry picking and just getting lucky?
Where people go when they die, whatever that is, the energy that people leave behind. There's a lot of ways to explain it. And, my wife and I, we, through this experience, to just be able to help her, we came to meet several mediums who are incredibly gifted. There's one, it's on TV, Long Island medium, Teresa Caputo.
Wow.
It became real to us, and it opened our minds.
Wow, the Long Island medium.
Now, this guy probably hasn't watched any of the shows, right? He's probably cherry-picked some shows, right? Now, Long Island media I was always a bit skeptical of, because, I don't know, there's something about her character that I didn't like, but she did go walking around with a camera crew, and she just goes up to random people and starts talking about people that have died. She'd go up to her and says, "Oh, did your son just recently die?" And she says, "Yeah, how'd you know that? Was his name Mark?" "Oh, yes, his name was Mark. How'd you know?" Unless that's been faked behind the scenes and information found out, I don't know. I was always a bit skeptical. Maybe there was some sleight of hand information being slid into that particular medium's hand, but again, she did it lots of times on the TV show, and got a lot of it right. But other times it seemed like guesswork with that one. But then again, they did experiment with Long Island medium on a special episode where they took her into some scientists and they strapped her up with brainwave stuff, and found that she could change her brain state that you can only do when you meditate or something. And she was sitting there like a normal person. She wasn't meditating or anything like that. And when she was connecting with someone, they could see there was a change in her brain thing, which could only happen in rare cases of meditation. So maybe there's something unique about certain people's brains where they can tap into spooky action at a distance, pulling out information out of thin air, or connecting to a multiverse. Are they talking about people that have died? I don't know. Are they talking about people that maybe in a multiverse that are currently live, but not alive in our universe. We don't know how it all works, right? So we shouldn't be so skeptical on this sort of stuff, because it should be really investigated, just like they did with the Long Island meeting with the scientist on that special episode. You probably could find it on YouTube, actually. But yeah, unless there's some major cheating going on with all these TV shows or the mediums, or the cherry picking only the good stuff, because if they get some of it wrong, right, and they don't put it on TV, that's sort of cherry picking, right? I don't think that happens, not from what I've read, for the Dead Files at least. And I think there was another show that we had on New Zealand called Sense and Murder, which was quite good. But they didn't solve anything. That's the only problem. That's the problem I have with psychics. Why can't they describe who killed them, right? If they're talking to the dead person, why can't they at least may have heard the name of the people or something, or at least get a description of the killers, you know? But they did seem to pick out at the very start of the Sense and Murder one the names of people that they're going to investigate. So they give them at the start of it a photograph that's in an envelope, turned upside down and all that, and they put their hands on it, and they start reading out information about what's in the photograph, this person's name, date of birth and stuff like that, which you couldn't know unless you were cheating, right? Or maybe there's something real going on. So I know there's a lot of scientists that sort of debunked psychic mediums and all that, but like the great Randy. But I don't think some of these ones that are currently on TV have ever gone to Great Randy to try and get his $1 million, because they don't want to go through the process of proving that they're legit or something. Which is kind of disappointing. But it'd be good if someone did go there and prove Great Randy wrong, and actually did pull out names of people in a photograph that he had sorted out, because that would just really help the show a lot, wouldn't it? So yeah, I can see why you can be skeptic still, and still accept maybe something more going on. And it still needs to be researched, and these people need to be tested, you know, properly scientifically. Even making up a fake case, and if they bring up fake names and stuff, they get caught out that way. There's another way in doing it, of course. I'm not sure what you guys think about mediums, but we got Scott Brown, a lot of grifters in ufology, yeah. They're allowed to bullshit on TV for entertainment. That's the problem, though. It's listed as entertainment. Doesn't mean it's not something real happening, right? But it needs to be better researched, and these people should be at least tested, you know, by the producers, by bringing in experts and saying, before we do a show, we're going to do this, and if you pass it, then we got a show. And that should be like the first episode, right? And they should have like someone that follows these people around, making sure they're not communicating with each other as well. Now, it should be something like that done on these shows, and then they could be taken more seriously then, couldn't they?
You're taking a child to see this person.
And I don't have all the answers, but I know what we experienced. I know what she saw. And it was even in the show I shared with you. It's called Dead Files. We had Amy, I forgot her last name, but she came on and did a show with my daughter called You Will Be Mine. And our listeners can look for that.
Wow.
So he's playing the clip now.
So that's what he did. He went and looked for it. I mean, he put this out there publicly. I'm surprised I missed this. Honestly, I'm surprised I missed this. Usually I look shit like this up.
How come the side chat's not working there? Let me just load that in, because the side chat's got all the negative people, alright? All the non-believers in UFOs as well as paranormal.
And our listeners can look for that.
Why is it not coming up?
Wow. So that's what he did. He went and looked for it. I mean, he put this out there publicly. I'm surprised I...
So they went to a psychologist, even though Greenstreak and him don't play that information. I had to find it and clip it and play the information for the people. So they said they did go to shrinks and all that sort of stuff. So they're cherry picking things out of context. They're trying to make it sound worse. The guy's worse than it is. So they've gone through all the experts, medical experts. So what's the last choice? Try something different, like a medium, because their kid's going insane. Yet the medical people are saying that she's fine. Apparently, if you had dead people coming to you all the time and disturbing your sleep, right, and it's going to make you go crazy. It's just like me getting knocked, the bed bumped, or, wondering if it's paranormal or earthquake in New Zealand. But when they jump on you, that's different, or your leg gets lifted up is different. Yeah, saying it's a mental thing, though, it's a wee bit over the mark, really. Without knowing the person, claiming someone's having mental problems because of lack of sleep or drugs or whatever. Yeah, I don't discount it. Maybe some of mine was because I wasn't sleeping right. Maybe some of the stuff that happened to me was imagination, but then when you catch it on film, that sort of changes things, like the girl standing next to the bed, and I saw it with my eyes, and I hope the cameras were working. Found one camera had been knocked out, and the other camera was still going, but it wasn't on infrared, but with a bit of stacking the images and enhancing the colours, you could actually see there was an outline of a girl standing next to the bed, right? So that doesn't make you sound like you're mental to me, or sleep deprived and you're seeing visions and whatever.
Missed this. Honestly, I'm surprised I missed this. Usually I look shit like this up.
It's not playing the comments.
I might have just skipped that Jay interview with Tim Gallaudet.
So he thinks it's hilarious, right? I don't think it's hilarious. I think it's paranormal and UFO stuff has some sort of linkage going on there. And if he's in the Navy, that sort of makes it a bit more complicated again, doesn't it? He probably had to keep all this to himself for many years, right?
Jay was the first guy to interview him, and he takes a lot of pride in that. If he had sent me this, I would have been like, oh man, this is not good.
Why is it not good, Lou? He's being honest. They went to a TV show. He wasn't currently there when they did the filming. He was away doing his Navy work. If you go and dig up the episode and actually watch it, Lou. In the episode, they did a very professional investigation from what I saw there. And he dug up lots of information about the location and the house and the people that had the house before them. And it matched up everything that they had seen in the house. one of the kids said there was like black hands or black arms coming up from underneath the bed, I think it was, and Amy had picked up that on and actually drawn a picture of it, or got someone to draw a picture of what she saw of that event happening. Unless they were cheating and they had the information prior to the interviews, means that she must be tapping into something, right? Or prove that she was cheating, or prove the company was cheating, rather than mocking people about it, you know. And I think the wife and the husband also saw things happening in the house as well. Generally, one person doesn't experience it only. Normally, others notice stuff eventually. You know, they might see an apparition, or they might see a dark figure.
There's like a
So he's still playing a clip here, so I got to be careful.
lot of darkness here. Even if the sun is shining, it's not really shining. It's like stormy and dark. And
so you can see Lou doesn't believe anything that she's saying here.
there's all of these unresolved issues. There's a lot.
Now, the cameraman that's with her is actually her husband, by the way, on the show. So he doesn't know anything about the history of the place either, but he goes in there and makes sure there's no photographs on the wall or whatever, and they cover it with blankets and stuff, so she doesn't get any cues from it.
Of fighting. There's a lot of dead around.
Wow.
Now, it turns out that the daughter is a psychic medium or something like that. They can actually see dead people, so the dead people are drawn to her to trying to communicate there with her. And I suppose if someone dies unexpectedly and you don't realise you're dead, maybe if you die in your sleep, you wander around like a zombie in the afterlife, let's just imagine that scenario. And then they find people can actually notice them. Certain people in the population can notice them. You might want to go towards them and try and communicate with them to figure out what's going on, right? They might be totally lost and wanting help. So who knows? It could be true. But why would she see all sorts of random dead people? Seems like a crazy thing for a 6-year-old to have that ability, right? But you can see if you had that ability, it would drive you crazy. But you can see Lou here is just loving it, right? I wonder what his girlfriend thinks of paranormal. Because I'm very surprised. I would expect Cubans to have a lot of paranormal stories in their family. But obviously nothing happens in his family.
13 hours earlier.
See, he doesn't understand the show, how the show works. He doesn't understand.
Oh, you were pretty upset. That was...
So this is the guy that does the interviewing, detective guy, New York ex-detective. It's meant to be respected in his past job. And he says he's a skeptic, he doesn't believe in ghosts, but since he's been on the show and Amy says things that he knows that she couldn't have known, he's become more of a believer over the 10 years or whatever they've been filming. So that makes perfect sense to me.
What's going on in the house?
Yes. Most people think I'm crazy, but it's hard to do battle with an enemy you don't understand.
Okay. Give me a list of what you guys are experiencing.
It's hard to do battle
Alright, suddenly the comments have started showing up.
with an enemy you don't understand. That sounds like a naval tactic.
No, it's just normal stuff people say about paranormal when they're getting attacked or harassed by them. And you got this Lord Ludicrous guy that was an asshole to me. You can see these are all the naysayers on the side chat here. Well, darkness. Yes, you don't expect the sun to shine in the darkness. Seems like double Dutch, but I guess what she's trying to mean there is, even if it was sunny, it still would be dark. I think that's what she's trying to say there.
What kind of wife speaks like that? It's very strange talk. It's a weird way to put it.
There are things moving around the house. We're hearing voices. We've all had nightmares.
There you go. So they've all experienced it right there, right?
We've seen full apparitions. Now things.
Yes. But Lou doesn't believe it.
It's Tim Gallaudet's house and wife.
Are getting physical.
Now who's
So you can see Lou's really loving it. He thinks it's just hilarious.
living in the house here with you?
My oldest daughter, Laura.
I think that's just unprofessional of him. And he didn't do any research on it, and he was totally wrong.
Who's 14. My middle daughter, Aspen, who's 8.
And he's got the cheek to say I'm boring. At least I know how to research.
And my youngest daughter, Cedar, who is 6.
6. So this happened in 2015.
No, 2016.
So this kid was 6 years old when this was filmed. So
Yep. So she's a teenager now.
they are 5 and 9 years older, so 15. So this kid's 15 now. I cannot imagine. Just cannot imagine what kind of teenager this kid turned out to be.
I know you're married.
Yes.
I mean,
Well, at the end of the show, Amy, the psychic media, suggested they get the house cleansed with an Indian for some reason, maybe because it's on Indian land, and also a Reiki master, which I don't believe in. Isn't that someone that believes in energy around the body and all that sort of stuff? But yeah, I suppose if you're being haunted and just had enough of not being able to sleep in the house, the only other option is to move, and then it might follow you. And especially now they know that the daughter is a medium herself, is going to attract the ghost, so they will follow her. So it doesn't matter if they move house or not. But they said for the daughter, they need to talk to other mediums that grew up with it, and they have a process of how you can meditate and tell the ghosts to basically leave you alone. So it'd be good to do a follow-up interview with the daughter to find out how it went, right? This is something that Lou or something could probably reach out and actually see if they would be able to interview the daughter and see where she is at today and where she still sees dead people or not, instead of just guessing, you know.
she was on a TV show having her visions and stories confirmed by TV producers.
No, they didn't. They interviewed the girl, said what she's worried about and what she seen and all that, but they did it in a tactful way if you watch the episode. But the daughter's not there in the meetings at the final meeting to talk about what was confirmed. So the daughter's not aware of that, but he said to the daughter that She said she was scared and all that, and he said, "Oh, we'll see if we can fix that for you." That's all he said to the daughter on the show, on the episode, if he watched it. Now, all this thing at the end that happens at the end of the episode, the daughter never gets to find out about, but she may have obviously watched it online by now. Now she's a teenager.
Reality TV show stars and worst of all, her parents.
My husband works.
What? Why is nobody? Hey, did you guys take these kids to a child psychologist? Did you guys go to a psychologist together?
Yes, they did. We just played the clip. They said it on the episode if you watched it.
As a family psychologist, maybe.
Multiple medical shrinks, they said.
Did anybody ask that question on production?
Yes, they did.
Or any of the investigators?
Yes, and it took the Out There channel to find the information because you're too lazy to do it, Lou.
What phone? I know you're married.
Yes, my husband works for the Department of Defense, and he travels a lot, so he's rarely here.
Okay.
For some reason,
And again, that's just like that's such a, whoa, your husband works for the Department of Defense? What does he think about this? Oh, he believes
he saw stuff as well.
it. And say that again?
But they didn't interview the husband on the show, only the mother, the daughters, and her mother.
They didn't take the kid to a child psychologist. They took it to the Long Island
Yes, they did. You're wrong again, Lou.
Medium.
And all these people down the side here. Yeah, we're wondering that too, Lord. Why don't she still claims to see things? But apparently they said to her, since the Dead Files are there and gave recommendations and they followed it through, that the activity has died down and the daughter is happier. And sleeping better or whatever. So obviously that's a positive thing.
Okay. And what part of the Department of Defense you say he works for again? Rear Navy Admiral, you don't say.
For some reason, things started happening once Cedar turned 3.
Let's talk about that. What's going on?
She has drawn pictures.
What kind of pictures?
Okay, so this is where it gets cut off, right? Which has got all the information that he's saying that they didn't do.
I have some right here. This is the man with the brown arms.
And I think that's where they cut the clip, just before all the vital information about medical history.
The man with the brown arms.
Oh, jeez, all right.
Sounds like a Mexican or Cuban. Now, I can't remember who the guy with the brown arms was, but he does discover it in the history tracking of the location. I only skim watched it because I had a copy on the hard drive.
And so, again, when you have a whole family that is behind Tim Gallaudet that believes they're seeing ghosts and talking to dead people and channeling mediums and people in the after realms.
And they said it helped.
And then to turn around and say, yeah, you've only been in the topic for 2 years. Forgive me if I say bullshit on your claims. Like bullshit.
We're saying bullshit on your claims, Lou.
I don't believe you, Tim Gallaudet. I believe you have a propensity to believe these things, and I definitely...
Now, I don't believe there's a count on the UFO stuff, but the paranormal thing here is totally different. A separate beast altogether. because it's not involving him, it's involving the whole family of different age groups, and they're all saying the same thing.
I believe that you believe these things, especially if you're going to put your child through something like that. That is...
Well, if you see an apparition, you're going to believe in it, Lou. Come on, mate. You know, these people that are so skeptics, they really need experience. They really need to go out there into a haunted location and see if they can experience something. Because I said that to Mick West, you know, he's like the worst of the worst, right? I said, well, why don't you go see if you can go on one of these ghost shows, like the Ghost Adventures crowd, and see if they're hoax and stuff. You know, see if you can get on there, or go and set up your own ghost hunting team and go to the hot spots and see if you catch abnormal stuff. You know, you got Josh Gates that did that, and they went to an island with a fort on it, where a lot of people got killed, and they started seeing apparitions on their thermal imaging cameras and strange stuff, you know, catching voices and all that, you know, or hearing screams and stuff, you know, when there are only people on the island.
That is probably some of the most irresponsible behavior I've seen from a high-ranking government person or anyone related to this topic whatsoever.
I think Lou is the one that's irresponsible by mocking it and not doing proper research on it. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there. It just pisses me off now. So I won't share it, but it's on my page if you want to grab it. So I have got other stuff here, you know. I post that one there that he took it from. So this is another thing. Lou's research only stems down to what he sees on Twitter, right? He doesn't go beyond that, obviously, like the rest of us do. And so he's just taking it straight from Green Streak, who put up a clip where it's not talking about the medical history. It's only 3 minutes long, and the medical history happens at 4 minutes 40. Another minute on, you know. So I had a wee bit of a blowout here. I said Dead Files is an interesting show. Read what the producer said, how Amy would bring out stuff that she couldn't have known about. Guarded information sealed. They also do ask about mental health. I heard Steve asking families. So I was just thinking about me watching the show over the years. I know Steve has asked multiple families about the mental health and whether it got checked. To only find it is actually in the episode, one of them, right? But yes, there was a lot of more things I posted here, but where they all disappeared to, I don't know. Let's have a look. It's not showing them for some reason. Here's one here. Crop part of the interview where mental health was checked. Clip under fair use. Season 8, episode 8 is what it is, and You Will Be Mine was the title. She states that they had mental health professionals involved. It's funny that presenting objective fact is considered an attack these days. Religious believers will most often interpret facts as personal attacks. Yep, you went after his family. Why bring his family into this? It was a low act, in my opinion. Show me where I went after his family. Why ever bring up someone's kids? Why is this so critical and urgent for you? Is your brain broken? They put their own daughter on a national TV. Like, they actually did that. I did then showed a clip from the TV show which lacked the mental health part of it. Leave family out of it, dude. It's not on. Nah, family isn't a shield for your wackadoo beliefs, especially when put them on national television. Yes, she made a mockery of the man's family, including his traumatized young daughter, and so did Lureviews. He's a respected admiral who commanded at the highest echelons. That respected admiral put his 6-year-old daughter on a national TV and had a ghost hunter tell her she's a psychic, communicates with dead people. All I said was, yes, he did that. We were offended by the latter. He's certainly showing his opinion there, isn't it? Same as Lureviews. Actually, what you said was this goofy, and then there's put my 6-year-old daughter on national TV to tell her she's a psychic and dead people in the room are real. I don't want to seem ableist. I'm not sure if this will shock you, but I actually did not put his 6-year-old daughter on national TV and then tell her that she's had psychic powers. But then you don't find out the family's full name, do you, on the TV show, or where they live? It's only when he made reference to it did they put it all together on that other interview. That still doesn't make you the good guy here. The whole thing was aired on network TV. Obviously something Gallaudet doesn't mind being in the public domain. Don't shoot the messenger. You brought into his daughter, that's low. They put their daughter on national TV, in capitals again. Honestly, it's more or less about the mockery you and others in your position present people as authentic experiences, and yet they get overshadowed by X-Files theme music and cheesy portrayals. This isn't entirely the reporter's fault, however, the media has not let up on Macon. So that's A51S, and he's made a good point there. No, not the only ones I see go after people's families are Lou Crew. All could be easily rectified with solid, tangible, verifiable proof of the space monsters. See, the problem is it's very hard to get evidence, as I've pointed out. Especially aliens. Paranormal also can mess around with electronics, whether it's related. I've tried my best to document my stuff, and I know I'm not crazy. Sad green streaks, smear your green slime elsewhere. You have angered the melon coop. Don't poke the hive. The attack is called ad hominem. And here's a quick excerpt from Wikipedia to help you understand. The term refers to heretical strategy where the speaker acts the character, motive, or some other attribute or person making an argument rather than attacking. It's the fact that the content of your article is not relevant to his credibility by that of his family members. His family should be absolutely be something to be supported of, regardless of any opinions. You have to agree with all the people exposing Lou and Green Streak here, so yeah, I think it had to be mentioned. Yeah, I should post that one so you can have a read of it all. Whether you can find all the comments is another thing. Yeah, it just made me mad when I saw Lureviews just carrying on like a giggly little girl. Green Street Admiral family. I'll just put fam. Yeah, and of course he's attacked me too, Lureviews, so he deserves everything he gets from me from now on as well, because he hasn't apologised. These shows where the media knows where the body is, you would get arrested if that was real. Well, that's a really good point there, Shogun. I think a lot of them were a bit worried because on Sense and Murder, this blonde guy, which I think is a very legit person, I can't remember what his name was now. In one episode, they take him straight to the police station and he's thinking, what's going on here? He says, oh, the detective of this murder case wants to talk to you first. So they bring him into a one of those rooms where they interrogate people, and the detective starts asking them these questions, and you can see the guy's thinking, shit, do they think I've done the murder or something? You can see it on his face. He hands them a sealed envelope with photographs and asks them what he can sense from it, helping them with investigation. Apparently, I think he managed to help solve one particular murder case, missing person. He said they would be found in this location in a ditch, blah blah, not far from the house, and they found the person just like that, not far from the house. I think he did solve one of the cases. Lou is quite obnoxious, yeah. He certainly is. I think you're right there. I think there is meant to be an underlying and unsaid truth that anything on TV is subject to being BS, and only a small percent know that, and the rest think it's real. Yeah, but I think there's got to be like a middle ground on all things myself, and some of it will be bullshit, some of it will be people with mental problems, and some of it will be real, you know. Because it's classed as entertainment doesn't mean it wasn't a real thing that happened. Anyway, so I was away for a while there. Oh well, you probably missed all my stuff then and what I was saying. Anyway, I'm not quite done with it. I got this article here to look at. Might need to go to the toilet though. What's the time? I think it's almost lunchtime as well, so I might get the reader to read out something here. Okay, I saw this article here about mental health, so I think it's worth bringing this one up. I see ghosts or shadows. If you're seeing things that aren't there, it's important to ask yourself a few questions to find out if something more serious is going on. Does this happen often? Are you sure no one else is seeing it? So in this case, the family saw a lot of the same things, right? This might sound weird, but it's important to check your reality. Does seeing strange things bother you? Do you experience other things that are weird or hard to explain, like hearing voices or feeling like people are watching you all the time? Now, we know there are scientific things to the feeling of being watched is through infrasound. And we do know that your eyes can have problems with it, like mine do, and have floaters in it. So you do get aware of your limitations, right? But hearing doors creak in the house, and you go and have a look and see it's all still, or the doors are locked, or whatever, does question whether you're hearing things or not, especially when you try and look on the cameras and you hear no doors creaking. So How does that work? I think it's a bit like those EVP recorders in paranormal. People don't actually hear the person talk, but it ends up on the tape recorder because somehow the EMF or whatever, the electromagnetic wave, can affect the calls on the microphone and actually record it directly onto the tape or whatever. I think that's the case that stuff I experience when I hear things too, where I hear there's a huge crash on the roof, thinking, oh, it's the cat jumping on the roof again. And then go and see if anyone else is awake in the house and find everybody's dead to the world, even the dog, which is really strange because it was so loud, there's no way anyone can sleep through that. And I was thinking, well, that's really weird. And that was the night where I had the smartphone set up to record any loud sounds. Had the hour missing on the SD card. It wasn't corrupted or anything, but the hour recording was missing on the SD card, which made no sense whatsoever. So what was going on there? It can't be a mental thing. Unless you got a split personality where you become someone else and then delete it off your own phone, of course. I don't think I got a split personality or anything. But yeah, you can see how people think though. You think skeptics are always going to come up with something, right? And likewise, I think like a skeptic, right? That's why I brought up that, I'm thinking, if I was a skeptic, what would I say to that? Think, oh, you got a split personality or something, we're always questioning our own evidence, which is what you should do. You should always be skeptical of your own stuff. What should I do next? Psychosis can get worse if you're especially stressed, don't get enough sleep, or don't reach out to get help. The sooner you can get help, the better. So actually here, it's actually got to take a test. So I thought I did that last night, and I got 11 out of 100 on it, because I put in answer the questions of seeing things or hearing things or whatever, and it said I had low or no psychosis. So I'm fine. I'm mentally fine there. I passed the test. So I'm guessing this is the sort of thing that happens when they took their daughter to medical people. They would ask them a set of questions, and they'll put it through their normal, average stats, and work out if someone's more likely to be a psychosis or some other disorder, right? So I thought I might share that with you. Everybody take the test. There's a little next button at the bottom there. It's got a load of ads at the bottom. Don't click on the ads. Just click on the next button after you've answered all the questions. I think there's about 12 of them. And if you answer yes to any of them, then it asks you your level of scaredness and all that sort of stuff underneath it. Takes about, I think it took about 10 minutes to do it. And then you click next and you enter your age and all that sort of stuff, and any existing medical thing like heart problems, mental problems, or diabetes, and then you click next again, and then it gives you a result. So yeah, you can do a test here. Mental test. I'll just call it that. Of course, there's probably other online ones you can take as well. And although I had read the story that I got here, I read that one, was it? That was kind of interesting. HuffPost. What was the other one? This is a question and answers to the Dead Files creator. I might get it to read out there while I go toilet and see if I can get something to eat. And I'll come back in a minute. So I'll just kick that off. And I'll read out the other story too. Clicked on the wrong thing. Clicked on the wrong browser. That's for sky watching, which I'm yet to get back into. Why is it not closing? I wanted Edge, wanted that one. Went one too far. What was that one? Oh, right, that was your music. I was meant to get back to that, actually. I'll just leave that there. Let's see how well this reads out while I'm gone. Normally when I'm not around, it normally goes haywire. But I have actually read all these, so I know what it sort of says. And I think this guy's being honest. But I know how people are a wee bit skeptical of TV producers.
The Dead
or
Files.
maybe...
Hashtag Dead Files watch full episodes. Main. Articles.
Okay, we need to get past
Photos.
that bit.
Video.
And we go there.
Q&A with Jim Casey, the Dead Files creator. Learn everything you need to know about the Dead Files
Okay,
from the
to
show's
I'll be
creator
back in a
and
minute.
executive producer, Jim Casey. Travel Channel goes behind the scenes to interview Jim Casey, the creator and executive producer of the Dead Files. You'll be surprised what we uncovered about the new paranormal investigative TV show. Question: what are your responsibilities as the producer for the Dead Files? A. As the creator and executive producer of the show, I oversee the entire creative process, from the stories we pursue to the structure of each episode to editing style of the series. Question: what were your initial feelings about haunted houses, spirits, and paranormal entities before filming this show? Have your feelings changed, or are you still a skeptic? If so, why? A. I've always considered myself a skeptic, only believing in what I witness myself. And that hasn't changed. What has changed is what I've witnessed since working with Amy Allen. Time and time again, I've watched Amy reveal information that she has absolutely no way of knowing, information that I have personally guarded. And Amy continues to amaze me, or, more accurately, freak me out. Question: what are some of the production guidelines that you follow while shooting an episode of The Dead Files? What are some things fans would be surprised to know? A. Producing The Dead Files is like planning a covert operation. Everyone is under very strict instructions not to share any information with Amy or Matt. All new staff members are carefully briefed to prevent them from accidentally mentioning even the most minor detail within earshot of our paranormal investigators. Even a seemingly harmless comment like, "See you in Detroit," spoken in front of Amy would cause us to cancel or reschedule an entire shoot. Amy is especially strict about limiting all communication since the integrity of her investigation depends on her knowing nothing about a location. In fact, Amy insists that we not even tell her which state she is flying into until she arrives at the airport. She also demands that we confiscate her mobile phone and computer when she arrives at her destination. All of these precautions are counterintuitive to a producer, because we're typically focused on efficiently sharing information, not withholding it. Retraining that reflex has been an interesting challenge. Question: what other places would you like to see Amy and Steve investigate? Finding new locations poses a unique challenge for the Dead Files because we need to go places that Amy would never recognize from photos that could have been published by another paranormal team that visited that location in the past. Where many paranormal shows enjoy investigating famous haunted locations, we can only investigate the obscure. So, while I'd love to visit Vlad the Impaler's castle in Transylvania, My guess is that Amy would most likely recognize it. Question: did you handpick Amy and Steve for this show? Did they know each other? A. As a lifelong skeptic and a writer, I've always been interested in finding a way to truly test paranormal findings while still telling a compelling story. I'd also noticed that there were no strong female paranormal investigators on television, so I focused my efforts there and found Amy. Once Amy described her scientific approach to paranormal investigations, I knew she was someone I wanted to work with. Since Amy had contributed to police investigations in the past, I contacted Steve DiSchiavi. Steve and I had worked on a project years before, and we'd become good friends. I think what appealed to me most about this partnership is the fact that Steve is as uncompromising about his investigative process as Amy is about hers. Question: how many cameramen go in with Amy to film her investigation? A. Aside from Matt Anderson, who interviews Amy while operating a camera to document her responses, we have 2 other camera operators. Once Amy begins her walk of the home, we do everything in our power to never interrupt her for even an instant, and having 2 cameras enables us to do that. Question: what spooky moments do viewers have to look forward to on the first season of The Dead Files? A. Amy Allen has grown up seeing and speaking to dead people on a daily basis, often horribly disfigured dead people. So, when you see actual fear on Amy's face, you know it's time to be completely terrified. I've seen that look many times, and it always sends a chill down my spine. I've watched Amy take on the voices and mannerisms of dead people speaking through her, and listened to her disclose information that she'd have no other way of knowing. I've seen her describe murder victims she's spoken with to sketch artists who then draw perfect renderings of those people. And I've witnessed Amy accurately reveal how and when a now-deceased mother tried to kill her entire family. Then, Amy pointed to where the spirit of that woman was staring down at us from the top of the stairs. After these experiences, I still have no explanation whatsoever of how Amy does what she does, other than this: Amy Allen communicates with dead people. I get cold chills from watching ghost-chasing shows, but working with Amy on The Dead Files has been an eye-opening and often terrifying experience that still keeps me awake at night, wondering what secrets my home is hiding. What's new from TRVL? Jack Osborne's Most Shocking Adventures 9 photos. The spirits in the Conjuring House were quick to show themselves. April 7, 2023. By Beth Braden. Haunted History. A shuttered Pennsylvania nursing home is home to dozens of trapped souls. March 30, 2023. By Beth Braden. Load more. On TV. On tonight. 8 p.m., 7C. On now. 9 p.m., 8C. Watch live TV. Up next. 10 p.m., 9C. See full schedule. Stream Discovery Plus. Your favorite shows, personalities, and exclusive originals. All in one place. Subscribe now. Follow us everywhere. Join the party. Don't miss Travel Channel in your favorite social media feeds. Facebook, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram,
Oh, you stupid thing.
YouTube, Home,
The side ads as well.
Shows, Ghost Adventures, Articles, Now Viewing, 5 Unforgettable Spirits from Ghost Adventures Season 25. Zach Bagans and the Ghost Adventure.
Let's try it that way.
Question: what are your responsibilities as the producer for the
No. Come on. I'll use that add-on. Continue to read, no. Where is it? Read selection, where is it? Not there. Looks like it's screwed up like I said it would.
Question: what are your responsibilities as the producer for the Dead Files? A. As the creator and executive producer of the show, I oversee the entire creative process, from the stories we pursue to the structure of each episode to editing style of the series. Question: what were your initial feelings about haunted houses, spirits, and paranormal entities before filming this show? Have your feelings changed, or are you still a skeptic? If so, why? A. I've always considered myself a skeptic, only believing in what I witness myself. And that hasn't changed. What has changed is what I've witnessed since working with Amy Allen. Time and time again, I've watched Amy reveal information that she has absolutely no way of knowing, information that I have personally guarded. And Amy continues to amaze me, or, more accurately, freak me out. Question: what are some of the production guidelines that you follow while shooting an episode of The Dead Files? What are some things fans would be surprised to know? A. Producing The Dead Files is like planning a covert operation. Everyone is under very strict instructions not to share any information with Amy or Matt. All new staff members are carefully briefed to prevent them from accidentally mentioning even the most minor detail within earshot of our paranormal investigators. Even a seemingly harmless comment like, "See you in Detroit," spoken in front of Amy would cause us to cancel or reschedule an entire shoot. Amy is especially strict about limiting all communication since the integrity of her investigation depends on her knowing nothing about a location. In fact, Amy insists that we not even tell her which state she is flying into until she arrives at the airport. She also demands that we confiscate her mobile phone and computer when she arrives at her destination. All of these precautions are counterintuitive to a producer, because we're typically focused on efficiently sharing information, not withholding it. Retraining that reflex has been an interesting challenge. Question: what other places would you like to see Amy and Steve investigate? Finding new locations poses a unique challenge for the Dead Files because we need to go places that Amy would never recognize from photos that could have been published by another paranormal team that visited that location in the past. Where many paranormal shows enjoy investigating famous haunted locations, we can only investigate the obscure. So, while I'd love to visit Vlad the Impaler's castle in Transylvania, my guess is that Amy would most likely recognize it. Question: did you handpick Amy and Steve for this show? Did they know each other? A. As a lifelong skeptic and a writer, I've always been interested in finding a way to truly test paranormal findings while still telling a compelling story. I'd also noticed that there were no strong female paranormal investigators on television, so I focused my efforts there and found Amy. Once Amy described her scientific approach to paranormal investigations, I knew she was someone I wanted to work with. Since Amy had contributed to police investigations in the past, I contacted Steve DiSchiavi. Steve and I had worked on a project years before, and we'd become good friends. I think what appealed to me most about this partnership is the fact that Steve is as uncompromising about his investigative process as Amy is about hers. Question: how many cameramen go in with Amy to film her investigation? A. Aside from Matt Anderson, who interviews Amy while operating a camera to document her responses, we have 2 other camera operators. Once Amy begins her walk of the home, We do everything in our power to never interrupt her for even an instant, and having 2 cameras enables us to do that. Question: what spooky moments do viewers have to look forward to on the first season of The Dead Files? A. Amy Allen has grown up seeing and speaking to dead people on a daily basis, often horribly disfigured dead people. So, when you see actual fear on Amy's face, you know it's time to be completely terrified. I've seen that look many times, and it always sends a chill down my spine. I've watched Amy take on the voices and mannerisms of dead people speaking through her, and listened to her disclose information that she'd have no other way of knowing. I've seen her describe murder victims she's spoken with to sketch artists who then draw perfect renderings of those people. And I've witnessed Amy accurately reveal how and when a now-deceased mother tried to kill her entire family. Then, Amy pointed to where the spirit of that woman was staring down at us from the top of the stairs. After these experiences, I still have no explanation whatsoever of how Amy does what she does. Other than this, Amy Allen communicates with dead people. I get cold chills from watching ghost-chasing shows, but working with Amy on The Dead Files has been an eye-opening and often terrifying experience that still keeps me awake at night, wondering what secrets my home is hiding.
Looks like I come back at the right time. So yeah, I think that was worth reading out there. I see it stuffed up was gone though. So I'm not sure how much it read out again, but it doesn't matter. I had to go. So you can see there, it sounded very genuine. There were skeptics, but they've experienced things on the show, working with them. What's that thing about the figure? There. Amy pointed to where the spirit of that woman was staring down at me from the top of the stairs after these. So what was that bit there? Don't remember reading that before. I've seen her describe murder victims. She's spoken with 2 sketch artists who then draw perfect renderings of these people. Although some of them, I'd have to say, are very general or don't look like the people, but she has got some pictures drawn off the people that matches pretty much close to the photograph that Steve or finds, finds old clippings and stuff. Not the same sort of pose either. But you can see they've got the same facial shape and nose and stuff. It's quite interesting. If it's being cheated, I'm not sure how she's doing it. But anyway, there was another article here. So I managed to get something to eat while I was gone, or while I was reading out. So anyone got anything to say about that article? Let's have a look. What are we talking about here? We're talking about what I was reading out. Yeah, I've probably got another couple of hours left. Now I've got food in the belly. I'm ready to go for another 10 hours. Still rocking a Canon. You're talking about cameras. Trying to remember name of tracking mounts. Right, you're talking about telescopes. Yeah, don't ask me. I know very little about all that side of stuff. It's an expensive hobby, that one. You can spend up to $10,000 easily on decent tracking telescopes, right? So yeah, there's another article here. I'll share that link to Travel TV about the Dead Files. Also, Amy's got a psychologist degree as well. She's not just a medium. And Steve, I think he was a normal detective as well as a police officer and homicide detective. I'm pretty sure he's got common sense there. He said he takes every case skeptical in case it's not paranormal, that it's actually medical and stuff like that. He's talked about that in the past. So I believe they want to help people if they can't get rid of their fears or scaredness or whatever. I don't think it's irresponsible to use a TV show to see if you can get a solution if you tried everything else, right? But it is irresponsible if you haven't tried other things. I think they got interviews there with also the detective as well as Amy on that page somewhere. If you look, I come across this one which was kind of interesting when I was searching the Dead Files, and it reads, I worked on a paranormal reality show. So as you know, they hire cameramen on projects, and this is one of them. And they also hire actors to recreate a scene or murder scene or whatever. And this guy talks about what he experienced that sort of shook his world view of things. So again, might get that to read out some of it because my eye is pretty crap. But how do we get this one to read it? I don't think this one's got any side bits, has it? I think this one might read out alright. We'll just give it a try. Start reading.
I worked on a paranormal reality show, but what I saw off camera really terrified me. Driving home late that night, I found myself continuously checking my rearview mirror to ensure there was nothing or no one in my back seat. Bye. 134 comments. I was playing the man who turned out to be the most evil spirit in the house and on his own turf, no less. Courtesy of Alex Aronson. We've all been there. You're channel surfing on a lazy Saturday afternoon when suddenly you land upon a green night vision scene showcasing a group of ghost hunters. But what if anything is real, and what's just TV hocus pocus? Well, after booking a gig on one of those paranormal reality TV shows, I got my answer. You know the shows I'm talking about. Television is currently flooded with series that feature ordinary folks sharing their supposedly supernatural encounters or investigators camping out at a haunted location in the hopes of finally capturing something irrefutably real on camera. Several months ago, while scrolling through a casting website, I found a call for actors to reenact a paranormal encounter. I've done a few acting jobs before, but nothing like this. Still, I figured, why not give it a go? So I sent over my photos and acting reel. All in all, it was a relatively painless process. I emailed back and forth and chatted on the phone a few times with the casting directors, and because they would be shooting the reenactments with no lines, there was no need for me to audition. My reel was enough. Within a month, I was confirmed for a gig on a well-known network for one of television's longest-running paranormal reality shows. I was stoked, as I have long been a fan of these types of shows.
That sounds like a haunting, I think.
Growing up, my grandma raised me on a healthy dose of unsolved mysteries and midnight radio. Pair that with the fact that my childhood home stood on the grounds of a former asylum for the mentally ill, and you have the perfect ingredients to create a paranormal fanatic. While the validity of what happens on some of these shows is somewhat questionable, to say the least, they are undeniably entertaining. And, sure, they can even be a bit hokey at times, but I still love them. They're also a ratings goldmine for the networks and, in turn, drive an entire industry of paranormal fanfare and conventions. Though I was excited to book my role, when it comes to ghosts, I consider myself a skeptical believer. As open as I am to the realm of the supernatural and what may lie on the other side, I am very grounded in my beliefs. I'm never going to hear a creaking floorboard and immediately jump to the conclusion that it was caused by Casper and his buddies. I want to see convincing evidence. But I am also open to the idea that some things are beyond our comprehension. On the day of the shoot, I drove to where the show was filming in upstate New York. I thought I was headed to a stand-in haunted house or television set, but my GPS directed me down a long gravel driveway flanked by overgrown cattails. As I pulled down the narrow drive, a decrepit farmhouse with patches of aged siding and chipped trim came into view. When I laid eyes on the eerie two-story structure, I thought to myself, wow, what brilliant production design. But little did I know, this was no set. Production was filming the reenactment segments at the actual house being featured on the show.
Well, that's going to be a trigger object, as they call it.
Going into the shoot, the producers disclosed the title of the series pretty early on. I had heard of the show, but it had been a long time since I watched it. Still, I didn't realize this particular program filmed the reenactments at the locations where the events actually took place. And while I was ready as I could be for my scenes, I wasn't ready for what I'd encounter at that house that day. Several children supposedly passed away on the property after experiencing various accidents. As if that's not dark enough, an expectant mother reportedly hung herself from a tree in the front yard, and an alleged serial killer is said to have once resided in the home.
God, that's a bad
when I
location.
Arrived, one of the show's producers quickly greeted me and walked me to a tent in the front yard where the cast and crew could camp between takes. There, I met the homeowners, and they shared a bit of the property's rich and deeply disturbing history, as well as a few of their own personal paranormal experiences. Several children supposedly passed away on the property after experiencing various accidents. As if that's not dark enough, an expectant mother reportedly hung herself from a tree in the front yard, and an alleged serial killer is said to have once resided in the home.
Was it repeated?
Nearly a dozen bodies have been unearthed in the backyard alone. However, it's unknown exactly how many souls claim the surrounding swampland as their final resting place. The inhabitants of the house say they've seen unexplained shadows and heard disembodied voices and even growls.
Oh no,
They claim an
Lureviews
angry
will say you're all
spirit who
mental.
lives on the second floor of the house has also made his presence abundantly clear. The family's priest, who was present during filming that day, recalled the time an unseen force assaulted him on the staircase inside the house and left a
you
scratch
gotta be
on his
mental.
arm.
No, that can't happen.
Because we were filming at the very location where the entity allegedly harmed him, he voiced his concern for the cast and crew who were shooting inside the home. But it was this piece of advice he gave us that sent shivers down my spine: make sure nothing follows you home. He explained that it's common for a spirit to trail someone from a haunted site.
Yep.
Basically, you visited them at their house, so now it's their turn to
You
visit
have to
yours.
say out loud, do not follow me.
I didn't want to experience that, and neither did any of the other cast or crew. The priest claimed that in order to avoid a spirit following you off the premise, you simply had to speak aloud something along the lines of, if there is anything following me, you're not welcome here. Go away. The tactic apparently worked for him, or at least he said it did, so I figured I'd give it a try when I left.
Mind you, I said
better
that
safe
too.
than sorry, right?
The last event that scared the crap
My
out of me, I
scenes
said
weren't
that.
until after lunch, so
And it
as
has gone
everyone else
quiet,
was
I
filming,
guess.
I wandered outside and decided to explore the barn that was adjacent to the house.
Oh no, not a
As
barn.
I entered the empty structure, I heard what sounded like someone walking on the tin roof of the barn. I rushed outside to see if there was someone on the roof, but I didn't see anyone.
Oh no, you
It
gotta
would have
be
been
mental.
impossible to climb
That
to the
guy's
top
totally
of the barn
mental.
without a ladder, and there wasn't one, and
Lureviews is
besides,
correct.
everyone else was inside the house shooting a scene. I was spooked, especially considering why I was on the property in the first place, but I also wasn't convinced that what I had heard were really footsteps. I returned to the production tent, and the homeowners joined me not long afterward. They showed me their spirit box, a piece of ghost hunting equipment that looks similar to a radio. The spirit box supposedly picks up frequencies that cannot be heard by the human ear and makes them audible, and some paranormal researchers claim it allows them to communicate with the dead.
Oh, actually, it scans through all the frequencies, like tuning your radio slightly to the right. And then once it gets to the end of the frequency, it starts scanning it to the left. And that's how it works. It goes left and right, taking a slice of the frequencies as it's doing it. So it means you're going to pick up radio signals as well in certain locations, like busies. But in certain locations where they use the ghost box underground or in caves, the radio signals don't penetrate, and so it's silent. So when the ghost box talks, that's very abnormal, right? And you can't sort of write that off as a radio station being the same person talking on all stations at the same time that it's next door to, which is really rare to get anyway. I don't think you have the same like talk shows on different channels normally. So yeah, his explanation there is not really forthcoming, I don't think, there.
Dead. The homeowners proceeded to ask the box if there were any spirits present. Almost immediately, a robotic voice replied, yes. When they asked the entity to reveal its location, the box said, in the barn. My heart immediately skipped a beat. One of the homeowners then told me they believed a friendly spirit lived in the barn. They called him Tin Man, as he was frequently heard walking on the barn's tin roof.
At least he's not in the closet, like McQuest.
My jaw dropped. Did the footsteps that I had just heard belong to Tin Man? I had no way of being sure, so I decided to just keep it to myself. But before I could even completely process my thoughts, the director told me it was time to get into costume. Aronson shortly after he changed into his menacing spirit costume in his car. Courtesy of Alex Aronson. I was presented with a mostly black wardrobe consisting of dark jeans, a work shirt and a fedora, and I quickly changed in my car.
Brandon
The
Fugal
glamorous
when he
world
wears
of
all
television. I didn't know much about my role or what I'd be doing. I'd only been told that I'd be playing a menacing-looking spirit for the reenactment segments. I hadn't received a script ahead of time because I didn't have any lines to memorize, and I was told that my blocking would be explained to me on set. I didn't even know which spirit I was going to be playing, but when I returned to the tent, the homeowners saw my fedora and immediately knew. Oh, you're playing him. Him?
Bad luck.
I reluctantly asked. They told me about the spirit of the man who supposedly occupies the top floor of the house. They claimed he was by far the darkest spirit that resided in the house, and they believed him to be the one who attacked the priest on the stairs. He had also allegedly attacked another visitor at the house by throwing a heavy can of food at his head. Great. I was playing the man who turned out to be the most evil spirit in the house and on his own turf, no less. After the homeowners revealed this information to me, the rest of the cast and crew came outside for lunch. As we were eating, something caught my eye on the second story of the house. I suddenly noticed a curtain in a window begin to move as if someone was slowly peeling it back. I immediately thought it was unusual because, as far as I knew, no one was upstairs, and it was a particularly still summer day. I continued to intently watch the curtain when a crew member noticed my gaze. She asked if there was anyone up there, and the director confirmed that everyone was outside. Someone asked if a fan might be running in that room, but due to the silence that's required for filming, all of the fans in the home had been shut off. One of the homeowners noted that it was probably him. And before anyone could say another word, the curtain pulled back once again and a ghoulish face stared directly at us. There he is, she said matter-of-factly.
They've got to be all mental.
She had lived in the home most of her life,
so
she claimed to have grown up with this sort of activity, and to her, it was almost commonplace. I, on the other hand, was fully trembling at this point. The curtain dropped back into place and he was gone as soon as he appeared. I couldn't believe what I had just witnessed. I just saw a ghost. Or at least what I believed to be a ghost. and he appeared to be watching me. My pulse was racing. The entity was only in view for a second, and you would have had to focus on the window at the right moment to see it, but I was certain someone had been looking out that window. I couldn't take my eyes off the spot where I had just seen his
Shrink
face.
would say it's hallucination.
Several other people present also claimed to have seen him or something in the window, and the homeowner seemed almost a little excited that he decided to make a quick cameo. I was less than enthused. I immediately tried to find a way to explain away what I'd seen. I wondered if it could have been a reflection of some sort, but the outline was so distinct, and the curtain movement was very obvious. It had all happened in a way that made it difficult to rationalize or discredit. I knew that I was filming at least some of my scenes in the house, and after hearing all the stories and having experienced
all the good stuff
what I'd just
happens when you haven't got the camera
I really
rolling.
didn't want to go inside. But I had already signed a contract, everyone was ready to shoot, and I didn't feel I could back out at that point. Plus, the crew had been filming inside all morning and nothing had happened to any of them, so I hoped I'd be okay. The director, who didn't see the man in the window or have much time to entertain the sighting, began to organize the crew to shoot my upcoming scene. Before I knew it, it was time to head inside. Driving home late that night, I found myself continuously checking my rearview mirror to ensure there was nothing or no one in my back seat. My mind raced as I replayed what happened, and I was legitimately spooked by what I had experienced that day.
Yeah.
My stomach began to churn as I entered the house for the first time. Old photos lined the wood-paneled walls. The temperature was scorching and the production lights didn't help with the heat either. Even though it was a bright and sunny day outside, the inside was eerily dark. I slowly walked up the stairs and into the second-floor loft where I immediately locked my eyes on the curtain I had seen him or something peering through moments before. As the director and camera crew reviewed the storyboards, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. A creepy doll sat in the corner, and I couldn't tell what belonged in the house and what was a prop lugged in by the crew to set the scene.
Dolls
As it
creep
turns
me out
out,
too.
everything was original to the home, and I felt seriously uneasy in that second-floor room. We spent what seemed like hours upstairs, but we only filmed one scene there. The rest of my scenes were in other parts of the house and outside. Needless to say, I was happy when we finished filming upstairs and I could finally leave that room. When the director called my wrap, I immediately hopped into my car and left. Remembering the priest's advice, I spoke aloud, "If there is anything following me home, you're not welcome," as I pulled away from the property. I wasn't convinced it would do anything or that there was even anything that needed to be done, but I definitely didn't want to wake up and find him standing at the foot of my bed. Driving home late that night, I found myself continuously checking my rearview mirror to ensure there was nothing or no one in my back seat. My mind raced as I replayed what happened in the barn and what I saw in the second-floor window, and I was legitimately spooked by what I had experienced that day. Even writing about my experience now has adrenaline pumping through my veins. Some might think that my experience would deter me from considering any more paranormal adventures, but, if anything, that day only added fuel to my curiosity about the supernatural.
Speaking of bad actors, Lureviews is an actor. So maybe he needs to go and do some paranormal acting jobs and maybe he'll experience something like this guy did.
Supernatural. As freaked out as I was, I'm now equally, if not more, intrigued.
Yep.
Before doing the project, I always wondered if the real haunted houses in these reality shows were actually real. What I've learned is that experience truly can shape perspective. Was it the environment I interacted with and the stories I was told while filming that caused me to hear and see certain things?
No.
Maybe. But after my day at that house, I believe what I experienced can't be easily debunked. Still, what makes so many of these shows and these kinds of experiences in general so frustrating is that there is no smoking gun that ever fully proves the existence of the
never got the video
paranormal.
camera rolling.
I find myself replaying that day over and over in hopes of finding a way to explain away what happened or, maybe, to finally and truly convince myself that I really did see a ghost that day. I completely understand if other people don't believe in the supernatural, and I'm sure some people reading this are already looking for ways to punch holes in my story, and that's completely okay.
Give it to Lureviews.
It's hard for even me to believe, and I was there. Ultimately, I hope people can agree to keep an open mind, because there's so much in this world and beyond it that we can't explain.
Lureviews, he's got a closed mind.
And until we can, I'm going to keep wondering and keep looking for explanations whenever and wherever I can find them. Alex Aronson is a pop culture junkie and entertainment writer. His work has appeared in Esquire, Cosmopolitan, Good Housekeeping, Red...
Yeah. So there you go. I thought it was a pretty good story to read out after all the Dead Files stuff. So we can finish with that one now and move on to the UFO stuff. Yeah, so here's the first one. Speaking of New York Post, we had just looked at HuffPost. Alleged UFO spotted during Blue Angels air show over New York Beach. So what do you think it is, guys? A blurry blob. What's that tell you? And it doesn't even look symmetrical. That's what we call a bluefo, a bird or fly. And then known as bluefos. And you can see the compression artifacts around it here. And of course that's not the real object, it's probably got motion blur, so it's stretched. But it could be a bird, it could be a bug, and that's when someone's filming. It's most likely going to be a bug though. And you see even on the smartphone or whatever it is, it's pretty crappy. Of course, who posted that? They got a full article on it here. Look, it's just ridiculous. It really is the crap that is promoted out there, and yet people just won't watch me because they got mental problems. They won't watch me because I break their worldview sometimes. But I also provide them really, really good stuff too, which isn't debunked. So they should be watching me. If they want some balance in this field, I give it to you. But these newspaper reporters, they don't. Did they even ask a skeptic? Did they ask Mick West what it was? What a close encounter. UFO spotted sipping past the Navy's iconic Blue Angels. Ho ho ho. The small sphere. Well, it doesn't look like a sphere to me. It's looks more bug shape, stretched. Past the Boeing F-18. The unified object only appears in the footage for about a millisecond. So that probably discounts it being a bird, more likely a bug then. However, a slow motion video slows the UFO gliding directly in front of the jet before darting from the camera's frame. Well, it's not actually anywhere near the jet, it's more likely in front of the camera lens. The craft appeared to be approximately 36,000 feet in the air. We've still got more. It remains unclear what the UAP could be, given its incredible speed, which is parallax of a fly moving past really close, and the fact that the object left no trail as it darted forward. UAP is the new term government agencies officials used for what was once known as UFOs. That's true. Because it may not be flying, it might be floating, or might be hovering. And it may not even be an object, it might be a weather anomaly that looks like an object. So you can see why the name had to be changed. But people are not going to change. The average Joe, the publics, are not going to change it to UAP, because UFO they grew up with. Now you got people like GUFON that claims that UFO is people's word for UFOs, and UAP is the government's term for UFOs, but this is not the case. Anyone can use either one. That guy talks utter dribble actually. So is anything here where they ask any expert to analyze it? No, probably not. The states with the most UFO sightings in 2023 were California. No surprise there. Florida, then Texas. And they're all on the coastline, aren't they? Texas got a coastline. Washington, it's got a coastline. New York's got a coastline. As of 2024, the center has reported 57 UAP sightings in New York. All Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, ARROW, is the government agency tasked with investigating reports of UAP. So yeah, it's nothing new there, and they didn't ask a skeptic what it was, which is bad reporting. Isn't New York Post Green Street who he works for? That's pretty bad reporting. It's all it's all biased. It's not balanced, you know. You have to have both sides of the argument in an article. Alright, we're meant to do third phase stuff. We'll come back to that one. What's John got to say here? Why wouldn't you name names? If there is a government conspiracy to pay online accounts, whoever they are, to trash other people on X, why wouldn't you blow that up wide open? I feel it's insulting to the alleged victims if you have secret knowledge they are being attacked by online operatives, but refuse to show it. I'll gladly cover such a story if proven, yet well, see below when Rear Admiral Tim again is asked for details on that claim and how he responds. So in the interview that he talks about the family, he also talks about UFOs. And this obviously P.S. The UAP task force was started years after Lou Sondo resigned. He was not part of it. The DoD denied he was ever a part of it. I don't think even Lou Sondo ever claimed he was a direct part of the effort. Rather, he just said he was working behind the scenes to help bolster the effort, whatever that meant. So he's got a little clip here. We'll just play a bit of it, I suppose.
There are individuals who I will not name who I believe are getting paid, but every day they get out online and they're well known in this UAP community, and their number one job is to discredit these national authorities, these people like Lou Elizondo, who was with the task.
I guess he's talking about Mick West there. Who else? Probably me. I don't know. I don't get out of bed to discredit people. I just get out of bed to look at any new, fresh evidence and break it down. Sometimes I say it's real, sometimes I don't. So I don't think he's talking about me. He's probably talking about Mick West, because he's a non-believer. Someone void of experiences. Which I'd say you'd have a really boring life if you've never experienced any paranormal myself. And I don't know anyone in the family that's not experienced anything. My sister has, her kids have. Maybe her new husband hasn't. I think he's a skeptic. He hasn't experienced anything. Mum has. Dad has. I have. Just trying to think of other people in the family. I don't think her brother has. Or maybe none of their family, but of course they don't talk about it if they have. It's funny how you get a whole group of people that experience stuff, and then there's another group of people that don't experience anything. Or maybe they're just not open about it.
Task force, the UAP task force, I've met and trust and know, and he is 100% who he says he is, and what he says he's seen and knows, I have total confidence in. People like him, he's an active target of people.
So, although I believe his paranormal stuff, I don't believe his UFO stuff here. I think he's been got at. He's been fed stuff through Sondo and other people like that. Maybe to try and boost the disinformation. That's what I think. Because this guy's a believer in paranormal, he's a perfect person to also feed him fake news on UFOs. That's my gut feeling with this guy here.
Crediting him and others too.
Interesting. Is there anybody I should be looking out for?
Gosh, I don't study this like other people do. Some people they really spend.
So really, he doesn't know anything about ufology in that case, and he's just being fed stuff from other talking heads, which is not a good thing.
A lot of time on this. Yeah.
You got to do your own fact checking in this field and paranormal.
Yeah,
I'll ask you.
I'm just not going to name names because I don't know. I don't want to do that. Yeah.
He's not going to name names. You should have said Mick West, you coward. Hey, Mike's here again.
Michael King donated £5 through Super Chat.
Now we just need to clone Michael, 1,000 of you, and give you all different names, and we would have a really good channel going. And probably be able to do more shows as well, because when you got more support, the more you feel like doing the shows, right? It does get tiring doing the shows, you know, especially these long ones. But people think, oh, I can't watch 4 hours. Well, that's why we do chapters, mate. And you can watch a bit every day. You know, what's the difference between watching 10 minutes of the long show today versus a 10-minute episode of some other garbage? You know, they just don't get it. Looking it up, never seen that. What was that one? What are we talking about here? Planets? Look it up, never seen that. What's this one? Oh, okay, bear, nice. I love bear, so soft and creeps up on you. You drinking and he's drunk. Gin is like sober, mashed out. My what? God, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Ignore that. I was typing in wrong chat. You're definitely drunk. I do my best for not made money, but I keep something from your. I get something from your account, so it's worth it, and will help a little towards things. Well, hopefully you find it's interesting, you know, not boring as Lureviews keeps saying. Because he only does a wee bit of what I do, you know. He reads out some of the tweets like I'm doing here, you know. But at least I try and add more information to it, right? If someone's slashing off someone, I do a fact check on it before I present it. What we got here? Alright. Sci-fi movie I come across. It's pretty good, and I was a bit shocked to see it was Lopez. Jennifer Lopez was the main actor in it. But I suppose she funded it as well, and the FX in it are pretty dang amazing. It's definitely not a B-grade movie, a sci-fi. It's up there. So go and check it out. I'm not sure if you played the trailer or not, but basically it's like our current world developing AI robots. You know, AI is developing and robots are developing. And some woman, her mother was working on a robot. The lead person, but like Elon Musk, and here is a kid does something wrong in the lab, and the robots get access to information that they weren't meant to get without having protocols locked on to stop them becoming killer bots. And it kills her mother, and she runs away. And this robot gets loose in the environment and starts hacking into other robots and turning them into his army, pretty much. And then the army's trying to destroy these robots that are trying to destroy the humans. They're like Terminator in a way. And the human army was starting to win. And the evil robots takes off for another planet, and then pretty much that's how the movie sort of starts from that point onwards. What they're going to do from that point onwards, and they scroll years ahead, and technology improves and all that sort of stuff since then. But yeah, we could probably play the clip without spoiling it too much. I'll just pause it every so often. A bit like Blade Runner so far. So when are we going to get flying cars? I want to know that. We know there are some experimental ones that have been working up in Nelson. Google's testing it out.
Good morning, Atlas. Time to wake.
So this is where it sort of begins, right? It starts off with her growing up in the future since that robot took off.
Up.
I'm awake.
Agent Atlas check.
And this is the army guys that are still worried about that robots, and they've progressed their technology.
Has spent years of her life hunting the artificial intelligence known as Harlan. Originally,
and they have like a narrow link that connects into the brain, like Elon Musk wants to do, that connects into the robots.
engineered to advance humanity. Instead, nearly ended it.
So it's a cross between Terminator and the other movie. There's a few AI ones. So what's that? What's it called? Machina. That's one of my favorite sci-fis. I think it might be Joe Rogan's one too. So it's crossed between Terminator and that, I think.
If you really want to try to capture Harlan, you need me on that mission.
So she wants to get on the army team, but she refuses to wear the implants.
Mayday! We are under attack!
Ugh.
What do I do? Strap it!
Yeah, that's where the movie sort of much starts. All the other stuff is like flashbacks, you know, a couple of minutes flashbacks and stuff.
Oh my god!
And yeah, and she's in one of these mechanical suits like aliens. Oh yes, the movie I was thinking of, cross between Terminator, Aliens, and Machina, or whatever it's called, Ex Machina. Is it Ex Machine? No, is it? Yeah, that one. That's how you say it. Excellent movie if you've never seen it. Another good recommend there. 2014 too. And of course you got Aliens. There's going to be a new batch of them coming as well. This year I think. And next year. They wear the mechanical suits as well. Not quite the same. These ones are more like mech robots in this thing. So I'll post it there. You can have a watch of the rest of the trailer if you want to. I would say just get the movie and just go for it. What was it called now? I forgot the name of it again. Atlas, which is the name of the girl, I think. Okay, and there's also a new TV series coming up. I'll just see what I can find out on that one. I've got UFOman, we've got GUFON to have a laugh at. What's this one? Alright, here's the other thing that's coming on. When does it start? Very soon, I think. A couple of weeks' time. 19th of the 6th. Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction. So that sounds a wee bit like that other show, Paranormal. One with Ben Hansen on. What was it called? Paranormal Fact or Fiction, or something like that. So yeah. I suppose I could read it out. I wish this had a reader built into it, so the Brave. And so let's see what it says. Instead of having a look at the trailer, it'll probably summarise what was going on. So they look at people that claim to have been abducted or seen UFOs, and they got a reporter there, a female reporter, but like green streak. And you got a UFO investigator teamed up, and they say whether the encounter it sounds legit or not. It sounds a bit like what Lureviews would want to do. Warner Bros. So we can't really play the trailer of Warner Brothers, can we? Discovery. Remember, they don't like me. They wouldn't even give me a few seconds of that parody. That was just nuts. Let's see if we go to the reader.
All new
this time.
series Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction premieres June 19th at 10 p.m. on Discovery Channel. Discovery Channel. Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction. All new series Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction dissects the truth behind real-life extraterrestrial experiences. Premieres Wednesday, June 19th at 10 p.m. Eastern Time/Pacific Time on Discovery Channel. View the promo here. Burbank, California, May 29, 2024. An all-new series will investigate the veracity behind personal accounts of otherworldly experiences when alien encounters. Fact or Fiction premieres Wednesday, June 19th at 10 p.m. Eastern Time/Pacific Time on Discovery Channel and Max. With reports of UAPs, unexplained aerial phenomena, on the rise, UFO experts Mitch Horowitz and Chrissy Newton use scientific data and research to dissect real-life encounters with extraterrestrial activity and determine whether or not they can be explained. Posting up at a local watering hole in Roswell, New Mexico, a town infamous for its UFO past, Horowitz and Newton meet with individuals who have experienced strange and unexplainable encounters. After listening to each first-hand account, the duo taps into the latest intelligence, technology, and tools to investigate the reported activity. Using recently declassified UFO documents, databases, and more, the pair closely analyze the visual and physical evidence to separate fact from fiction. They'll then render a final verdict on whether each individual experience has a verifiable explanation, or if they believe it to be a real alien encounter. Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction is a fun and exciting addition to our Wednesday night lineup, taking viewers on an out-of-this-world journey with a big payoff, said Howard Lee, president of Discovery Networks. As audiences listen to these intimate encounters, they can judge for themselves what they believe before our experts weigh in with facts. It packs the thrill of the unknown with a hunt for evidence while satisfying the thirst for knowledge.
No matter how many experts these shows seem to have, there never seems to be enough. Even proof is out there. Some of the experts get it wrong.
In the premiere episode, Mitch Horowitz and Chrissy Newton meet with a farming couple from California who believe they've captured video evidence proving the afterlife is real. Then, a geologist believes he may have unearthed the most important piece of evidence to ever come from a UFO crash site, leaving even the experts speechless. Finally, they speak with a mother who is struggling to make sense of a harrowing UFO encounter that she believes caused her neurological damage and left radiation burns on her body.
That sounds familiar. Is that,
Our brands.
What's her name? Cash Landon?
Brand.
Kurt
speechless. Finally, they speak with a mother who is struggling to make sense of a harrowing UFO encounter that she believes caused her neurological damage and left radiation burns on her body. Additional stories this season include: a woman seeks to understand her childhood abduction experience, which yields shocking results. A husband and wife Bigfoot hunting team believe they have physical proof of an alien presence on Earth. While miles apart from each other, a couple experience the same UFO encounter. A Maine lobsterman who had a harrowing experience while camping is finally ready to relive the story. Two friends who believe they were abducted by an otherworldly force on a drive through the California desert. A woman traveling to Machu Picchu in Peru captures what might be the most critical photo of a UFO ever taken. Brothers uncover a piece of metal that they believe...
I think we've seen that one, haven't we? Is that the one that looks like an airship? Like someone's flying one of those camera airships around, surveying the site from the air. That's what it looks like. I don't know if it's going to be that one, where they claim it to be a cigar UFO. Well, I have to watch the series now to find out.
believe came from a crashed UFO. Audiences can follow the conversation on social media with hashtag alien encounters, fact or fiction, and follow Discovery on Facebook, X, Instagram, and TikTok for more updates. Alien Encounters, Fact or Fiction is produced by Best Productions, LLC for Discovery.
Well, there you go. I'll just post it down the side so you can bookmark it so you don't forget about it. Alien Encounters TV show. It can't be any worse than Skinwalker Ranch, but we never know. Maybe it is. Before I hit enter on that. Who are we all but a fleeting memory for people who will be gone soon? You mean we're all gonna die? Yeah, it's not so nice thought, but reality, I fear. Yep. When Charlie dies and my parents dies, I'll probably be a very lonely person. Maybe I have to go to Philippines to find some Filipinos. Do a Art Bell. I hope I'm wrong. Sincerely. Yeah, it depends if it's an afterlife. I guess. My chat is what? Flaring out? I don't know. Faking out? No, I don't know what you're trying to say. I have my kids at least, but still. Well, your kids will take off and you might not see them again. Go to different countries. But again, we could be wrong, hopefully. We always got the internet, and we also got... maybe you can keep Paul going till the day he dies. Who knows? You still have someone to talk to. Yeah, I got to post that link. That seemed to be a long one. Okay. Hopefully I don't need the reader for anything else. Also, we've got YouTube's coming up with videos to look at. Okay, so we got this one here from our person that ignores me. What's his name? Open Minds guy. What's his name? Rojas. I couldn't think of his name for a minute. Rojas. So have a look at this one, see what you think. I'm pretty sure we've seen this on Third Phase before.
So it's a great video. First, nothing happened.
So as soon as someone says it's a great video, I know it's not going to be. Because if it was a great video, it would be well known out there and be on TV.
Happens for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. But if you go forward, let's go forward a bit here. So at about 1 minute and 40 seconds, you'll see an object. Right now, you just see stars. These are just stars.
I really don't see anything. I'm going to have to really zoom into this, aren't I? I can start to see some stars now. It looks similar to my night vision locked off cameras, but not as good.
But at 1 minute 40, you'll see an object coming in from the bottom right, moving towards
down here.
The center. Here it comes. It's from the bottom right, moving to the left, and then it moves. And
it's coming. So I think I see a faint dot there.
Starts going up. So not a satellite, a very weird movement. It's also very...
And notice it came from the ground. Okay, and it's going up really, really slowly. And what goes up really, really slowly UFOs, balloons, kites, drones. But we'll just keep on watching it.
Slow. So not a bug,
I really hate dot UFOs myself, right?
bug would be moving pretty quickly, but it
doesn't look like it's moving fast enough that it should cause a stretch motion, though. See that there? There it is there. Let's really zoom into it, because he's not doing any of that, is he? To me, that looks like it's not just all motion blur. It's going too slow to cause motion blur or ghosting. To me, I think that's something with a tail on the end, which to me suggests a kite.
Moves up and stops.
What
Stops
moves up
just
and
for a
stops? Well, a balloon could stop momentarily if it hit a different wind current, maybe, but unlikely. So more likely we're now pushing the kite to the top there, because we know kites can be raised up and stopped, and they have a little tail, and that looks like it's got a little tail going on, although we're not doing any analysis on it. And a drone can do that. So drone or kite, let's keep on going.
Second, and then moves up again. Again, something stopping and hovering, a drone. But look, it looks just like the stars in the video. So really weird. This is
why is that weird to look like stars when it's so distant?
It's weird too. So it keeps moving up, slowly kind of going up.
Slow kind of.
And then it
Forms
stops.
a triangle.
And it stops for about
Forms a triangle, but it's not an equilateral triangle.
couple minutes. For a couple minutes, it just sits perfectly still here. What I love about this is that it fits in with the stars. It looks exactly like any of the other stars up there, and it's just sitting there, very still. So I'm going to fast forward this, because it sits for about 2.5.
Still could be CGI too. We didn't have that on the list, but CGI is always on the list.
Minutes. Just perfectly still there. Then about...
But I think this is from a security camera, a bit like I've got set up outside. It could be going through a window even. Because it looks like they got the IE lights off, right? Because normally these would be bright white in the front. So it could still be going through a window. Like I have on the front door or whatever. Bay window.
About 5 minutes into the video, in just a few seconds here, we'll see it start to move.
Yeah, what's that wobbling up and down there like a kite would do? I think it was, wasn't it? It's going to be a bit hard to wind it back though.
Move again. So fascinating that it just sits perfectly still there. It does seem a little bit dimmer.
Is it perfectly still though? I think it's ruined by 1 pixel.
Than before. But here we go. There you go. Starts moving again.
Which could be a drone or a kite.
Slowly across the screen to the left. And just for people who know, this looks like a camera that is on somebody's roof. It is a sort of kind of security camera. We are in contact with the witness. The camera is looking up at the sky in between a couple trees.
Yeah, so obviously he's made a short from a longer video. So yeah, so what I said here. No reply though. 100% a lead kite is what I said here. You can see what looks like a oops, I got a typo there. Where is it? Like a tail. You're welcome. In 8 years, I've only seen 3 UFOs that I can't debunk, and Elle will be promoting one of these, I should say. These, alright, these this weekend at Contact in the Desert, I believe. So that analysis, which I want to go back on to just highlight some stuff there too, now remember. Okay, satellites don't stop and change directions unless they're spy satellites. Unless spy sats or Chinese UAP. See, these people just don't think wide enough a field when they debunk. This could be a still picture and the object was edited in. Yes, it could be. Yes. Rule out CGI, especially when it's dots. That's what I should say there, I suppose, a splash of dots. I don't know, it looks like a swamp gas to me. And I said, alright, I said to this one here, if people understood ancient esoteric Vedic texts, which we covered with the Vabanas and Indian nukes, right? All over the planet, they would understand Earth has a rich history of off-world contact, which is zero evidence for he's obviously an ancient aliens watcher. I think I replied to that one, and I've been nubbled. You can see that's what happens. You can't even read your own comment. Google has removed it. And I think I said I debunked that on my live show. So if you try and promote your live show just by this words, you also get nobbled. That's most likely Rojas has put in keywords to stop people promoting their stuff. But a big UFO channel shouldn't stop people promoting their stuff. 45, you know. See, they're so scared of losing people that they stop you promoting. They want to be the only source of information people refer to. So yeah, I don't know what you thought of that one, Michael. A dot in the sky. What do you think? Would you think I'm correct there? It's just not enough detail, not enough information to rule out drone / kite / CGI. Just listening to his voice, it screams bullshit. Yeah, for someone that's meant to be in the UFO industry longer than me, Rojas comes from a background of being a real estate agent. That's what he does in California. But he's been in the industry longer than GUFON. In fact, he had a run-in with GUFON. GUFON hassled him at conferences, apparently, and called him racist because he ignored GUFON. But everybody ignores GUFON if you've got sense, right? And what do we got here? Alright, that was the movie trailer, which you can watch the rest of yourself. Before we go into third phase, GUFON and UFOman, I suppose we could go back to my last live. I just want to recap some things that I said on it, or I didn't say in it, so I think it was more the case. So this one here, 190. We're looking at UFO ad balloons, So we... Okay, so I compared it to... In popping, we'd expect to see maybe a right here. I also should have mentioned, as you can see, each of the frame, each of the frames is heading towards the wind that direction. There was venting off some gas here that was going backwards. Now that straight away tells you it's not a balloon, because the air is obviously going this direction for the steam or the smoke to go that direction, right? That means the balloon's headed into the wind. So I missed out that little detail there. That proves it's not a balloon. And could we rule out it being a drone, like a ducted fan drone? Not really. There's another possibility. But we're talking about this thing that he zoomed into the sky. It must be very big, much bigger than a drone, and also much bigger than a balloon. Because when you see it, it's this little dot on the screen, and then he zooms in onto it with the optical zoom, and it's only a certain size, and then we have to zoom it on with software even further to get this quality here. I don't think it is a drone, a ducted fan drone, even though the fans can be angled here and push it along without any tilt in the craft. And it was like way up there, you know, it was 500 feet or more, 1,000 feet. Unfortunately, I can't play the full video to show you ground reference as he's pulling out the smartphone and starting the app. You know how you pull out the smartphone, you start the app, and it's always the camera's aimed at the footpath, and then you aim it up to where you want to film it. And that's generally what happens on the smartphone. But if you see where I believe is a vent, where's the frames? Tunnel or doorway, and it's kitchen. In popping, we'd expect to see. So that's after it popped. So where's the other frames before it? 5 frames at the end of the video. In popping, we'd expect to see maybe a plume of gas coming from it, and also some debris, right? So we can't see anything here. Just simply disappears. Now, it was a windy day, and there's not too many clouds in the sky, but there was a lot of that smoke around it. That's because it was venting it off. You can see there's some grain in the image here in the video. So I believe this video is legit, and it's flying in the headwind. Rules out that being ballooned, and I think flying a drone in that windy weather, if you saw the video, would exclude it from a drone. And it's flying level in that strong wind as well. I got the frames here that I showed. Whereabouts was it? I don't know. Zoomed right into pixel level. It's probably in the chapters where you see it disappear. I got chapters on it now. Yeah, I forgot to mention about the smoke. Yeah, I'm not sure if I got attached to this frame. I'm not sure if I got it listed there. I haven't got it listed there. Well, it's part of one of the comments, longer ones. But yeah, I showed it and it had the smoke coming out of it, but it was wobbling all over the place. I believe he had it stabilized by then, and the object was zooming up here really, really quickly and going, and then it disappears. Whereabouts should I show it? It's got to be around here somewhere. But it's also got a, what I believe is in poppin', we'd expect to see. It's got to be here. But it's also got a, what I believe is a vent hole or doorway, and it's given off some steam or smoke. And I believe it was in trouble. In poppin', we'd expect to see maybe a similar to one back in the, similar to one. No. Was designed on was the Bob Lazar / Billy Meyer. See, this is no good for finding the frames. This is no good for finding the frames. It had to be there somewhere. What's going on? Steph. So this is from his video from his smart. Anyway, here we go. So it's still zoomed in, but on this the smartphone video size, this was like a little dot. So you can see straight away. Key thing is its level, right? And it was going into a headwind, and it was wobbling all over the place, but it was still fairly. Yeah, I should have mentioned there why it was, why we believe it was going into the headwind was because the smoke trail was going this direction. The constant level, and it's got a bit of compression artifacts to the blackness underneath this MP4 compression. But it's also got a, what I believe is a vent hole or doorway. In poppin', we'd expect to see maybe in poppin', we'd expect to see. No, I just can't get the frames. Is there somewhere? I just can't be bothered playing it all. But yeah, I forgot to mention about the wind. That's what I wanted to bring up anyway. So moving on to UFOman. Guess what he's promoting again? So this is the latest object from California. So what do you think it is, guys? Just looking at that. The initials are BP. What stands for BP? Banner plane. We got another banner plane. He loves his banner planes. Obviously he doesn't watch me and doesn't get the rectangle UFOs are banner planes, especially on California beach, right? Fast, flat, black object over California. So depending how big the banners are and the plane towing it, these banners can move quite quickly through the sky. And how far away they are. Especially if it's like the end of a run and they want to get back to the airport, they're not going to hang around. UFOman, the ultimate useless person. Oh, come on. There we go. You need, what's this? Terrible font. You need to see this in, what is that where it is? Road time, or real time, to see how fast it travels across the screen. Now I believe this has been mucked around with. Obviously someone's mucked around with the speed of the video. This guy's an idiot. Anyway, let's just watch it. There you go. Someone's clearly sped that up, right? I'm pretty sure it's sped up. Anything moving that fast would have to be an insect otherwise, but that's not an insect. You can see it looks like a banner plane. It's sort of twisted in the wind. I don't think it's a little tiny insect. So that's a little black banner thing, and of course the plane we know is a fair distance ahead of it. But they've cropped the screen where the plane would be. The plane would be way over here. So, the plane could be here somewhere. I don't know if we can see it or not. It definitely looks like a banner, doesn't it? Looks like it's got some writing at the very top, middle, and bottom. Okay, let's just put it through some filters. Don't know if we can see the plane. So that's in the way where the plane would be. Situation. Okay, let's have a look at that one. So we've got little clouds. And there looks like a plane. Yeah. Little Piper plane. Turn it. You can just see it there. And you have to zoom right in. Yes, it's a shame that thing gets in the way. It needs a way to... Well, it needs to be a better design really, so it doesn't pop down here. It needs to be like something you can grab on the screen and move it around, or at least have something in the corner so you can move it to that corner, or click on there and move it to that corner, or something like that, or down to the bottom. That would be really handy. Let's have a look at that one. Too dark. There's something there though. Looks like a banner.
Oh, yeah.
We got a sub, haven't we? Who's subbing? Got a follow. Alright, we got 2 follows today. So it must be on Twitch, I guess. Does it show up here? Well, welcome. I was almost going to give up on Twitch. Oh, my voice is going. So yeah, even doing basic filters here, we can tell it's not a bug, and you can see this curvature, and you can see it's flapping on the wings here. You can see it's got like a sheet. And we saw the little plane turn it. So that one's been mucked around with, claiming it's moving too fast. This is nonsense. You can tell the frame rate's off though. We go back to it. We'll just leave it with that filter at the moment. Just play it. There we go. In real time. See how it's sort of... You can see he's added that circle over top. You can see it was sort of jerky, like it's been put through it. So just make that bigger again. There you go. Of course, we can't rule out CGI in this one either. But it looks like something from a smartphone that's been put through some slow motion software. Or fast motion in this case, so they sped it up. We're not going to see the plane. It's going to be off frame that distance away. But yeah, this guy hasn't got a clue. Really hasn't. See, that's been sped up. And we got no reference point to point it out. Like the clouds are not moving very fast, but you can see the clouds are moving. In fact, it looked like it paused there 3 times, just slightly longer in certain places, like probably where they wanted you to be able to read it, I guess. Cherry picking frames. Anyway, it's this garbage. What's that? About his 4th banner plane now? Has anyone pointed it out apart from me? I'm fairly sure we've seen that before as well. No reference to the video source. Banner plane, boring, I said. Next person, awesome catch, looks like a proverbial flying carpet. So the banner planes, wow, that is awesome footage, nice capture. So that's where my wallet went. Just a door flying off a Boeing. Well, that's another possibility, I guess. That's one pretty strange. For once, I've got no clue. But if you watch the update channel, you would have a clue. Flying laptop. It's a good thing I have open sky to witness. The magic carpet, but seriously, it's so thin that what purpose could it serve? How does he know how thin it is? There's no way to tell how thin it is. Brilliant, thanks to... Are there any blue satellite? My brother saw 2. I saw 1. Just wondering, I'd love to know. Blue satellites. Oh, they mean the blue lights. It's normally orange and red, isn't it? Blue satellites. I suppose it depends on the time of day. That sounds more like Planets would be blue, red. I suppose it could be white, blue. It's a good question. Blue, blue. Blue Walker 3 satellite is one of the brightest, so that would make sense. What colour is it in the sky though? There. That looks like a blue. Trail from a blue Walker 3. Okay, so what's that there then? Venus! Yeah, it could be. I suppose it kind of looks white rather than blue though. Come on, I've got to zoom back out now. I have to try to zoom in those little videos. Now to get it set for reading again. Starlink links can look like a plume of train. They're normally bluey colour, aren't they? There you go, they look kind of blue. Blue-white, wouldn't you say? And sometimes they can look red as well. But I don't know what they saw. I've seen black rectangle craft here in Southern California many years ago. Yeah, he probably saw a banner plane as well. Odd precision square, thanks to... So, they must feel like idiots when they find out it's a banner plane. That's it. I don't know. More comments just suddenly popped up. If it was random debris, you'd expect it to flutter. Yeah. You'd expect it to go downwards too. YouTube erased my comments. Yeah, it does that sometimes, so it does it to mine. I've been wondering the flat, square, and rectangle solar warden nut. I saw a transparent circle with a grey box inside. Yeah, that sounds a bit like circle with a grey box. And that sounds like what Ryan Grace was talking about when they passed it. And it was meant to be some sort of drone radar decoy thing. Directly over my house Saturday. Still could be something to do with Chinese spy balloons, of course. Anyway, no one debunked it, apart from me. Let's have a look. I think he's got some other stuff up. Videos. Okay, they're talking about the Tim guy there. You know, it's the thing that's doing all the rounds because they got no content. These people. Orb UFO reacts to witness. Okay, let's have a look at that one. Okay, what have we got here? Psionics, full color, but that's only 720p though. That's the only problem. White and purple orb from over cottage. There's that up there. Or... Looks like it's moving. It's got brighter. International Space Station. It's in the right horizontal plane that you'd see it. That's not an 18 wheels video, is it? He always films the top of the house like that. Sound was recorded during the films. Or we could hear that. But with the apps being used, see, there's no analysis done. You know, we want to prove that it's not an International Space Station or Iridium satellite or one of the other Navy satellites, just like Bledsoe, right? It's very frustrating, these channels. Have we got a date and time? We got a date, but we need a time as well. And we can't plug it into the apps otherwise. What's that say there though? 5th of the 12th. So 12th of May, is it? 12th of May this year. Over what location? MN, it's got to be 18 wheels. This has got to be 18 wheels because he's in MN, Minnesota, isn't it? He doesn't use the apps because we tried to get him to do it. Let's see. Minnesota International Space Station, 12th of May 2024. Like ISS. I wonder what was going on the space station. Here we go. The following sighting are possible from Monday 12th to June. Is it May? January, February, March. April, May, isn't it? April. Yeah, it's got to be May and June's now. So we want to know what was before then. He's always looking into the future. That's the problem with these ones. We want to look in the past. See, that one's looking into the future as well. I don't know if it was... Oh, right, I got the wrong date on the end. 24 it was meant to be. Although... What's happened? Yeah. course, they don't write it like that, do they? On the website, they write it American way, May the 12th, probably. Well, they talk about twins. It's really annoying. Let's click that one. I wonder if we can go back there. Let's have a look. No. Looks like it doesn't often fly past there though. Once a month, is it? Flight sightings are possible from Wednesday to June the 13th. Well, where's all the rest of them then? I suppose we have to go to that into Sky, is it? .org. And the sky.org. Yeah, you probably have to do it that way. It's tedious. I just wanted a fixed record. Space. Where's Starlink gone? Have to be under that one. This one's complicated though. You got to put in lots of things. May. This is why I hate looking it up, because it's tedious. 12 May. We don't know what time it was, do we? Damn it. So we can't use that. The wrong location there too. Where's the space station? Is it on there? Where? Can't see it listed. Planet view. Hello. Should be on that list. Why don't I see it? Ah, space stations. Okay, it has to be there then. Why can't I see it though? Let's get rid of that. I've got GPS there. How do we get rid of those? Alright. Why is it not clicking? Okay, what do we got left? Still got something else. Object, whatever that is. Snoop, whatever that is. Looks like we're going to change location. Reset time. It's complicated, isn't it? Okay, I want to change locations. Use location, choose location by network address. That. There we go. United States. Damn it. Come on. Utah, no. Minnesota. Sit down. Okay. Can we see the space station now? There it is. It's way over here. How can we get rid of the other ones? I need to simplify the map more. And we got the wrong date again. I thought we changed that. 12. What's going on here? A delay. Alright, so whereabouts was space station now? So that's annoying. Do we see it? See it. It's disappeared. So it looks like maybe the satellite, the International Space Station wasn't near at that particular time. I don't see it. That means it's got to be elsewhere on the Earth map. Yeah, I don't see it. So maybe that one wasn't the International Space Station. Let's change it back 12 hours. And it's still not there, I don't think. CSS. Let's see how easy it gets to research stuff. Go back a wee bit more. Not seeing it. But what time of day was it? What does it look like in the video? Do we have a time at all? I don't see it pulse in purple. Yeah, that's got to be 18 Wills. Cottage Grove. Is that where he is? 18 Wills. There we go. We haven't got no time. Pretty sloppy though. What time does he normally film? About 9 o'clock at night. So that would be 21. And he's over here somewhere. So you'd have to put all the bright satellites up. There's a way to do it. Starlink. Active satellites. Yeah, what does it look like now? Oh, there's a lot of satellites. So many. Need to get rid of the tracking. Oh, there's the space station. It's just suddenly coming to view, 9 o'clock. Aha, so it still might be International Space Station, and it's heading to where he was. What time is it now? 9 o'clock. Fairly good. Show tracks, get rid of that. There we go. Now we got everything that's bright in the sky. Here it is. And it looks like it's going to go right over him. And it's coming towards you. Paul has solved it. It is the International Space Station. So let's move it on. That's not the current time there though, is it? It's here. Let's move it on a bit. It's up here showing time. Is it ticking over? 3 minutes on. And it's coming up. How do we know if it's playing? Where's the play button? It is moving very slowly by the looks of it. Let's go back up. Let's move it on. "25 minutes. Whereabouts are we now? Where's it gone past? Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Is it there? Has it gone past now? Oh, it's way over here now. So it's got an up here and around there, by the looks of it. So let's wind it back to 14. And it's gone past. So it wasn't a bad guess. So 7 minutes past, or 8 minutes past. Let's see. Damn. Can't do that over the map. Where is it? Oh, it's way down here now. So in 2 minutes I'll be right up where his location is. And then going this way. And you can see that one's yellow, so that's the brightest object out of all of them. There's a cosmos near him at the same time. So we solved that one. There you go. International Space Station. Where's the color chart for brightness? So annoying. I think it's a click link. I think it is. That tells you what the color shades are. There's an orange one, Cosmos. That's the next brightest. That's the brightest one, and it's right near his location. So yeah, solved. Even though we haven't been given a time, it flies right over him. And I'm pretty sure he films stuff around about when he gets home, doesn't he? Yeah, what'd they say here? Great, Tim. Thanks, love to everybody. Sightings on 18 wheels should verbalize his intentions for the sake of creating evidence. Should also use the damn app, certainly. I wish I capture it when the light came on. What light? Well, it was stationary. It started moving soon as I pointed the camera towards it. Yeah. Is that because the international station was changing directions? Because it was coming up and it was slowly bending around, right? And when it gets to the apex, which was right over his location there, it would look like it was stationary as it was turning, going back the other direction, right? So as it was coming up over his area, it started slowing down to the apex and started going back this way. Flare could be directly causality connected with the observer, but there could be other explanation for the monetary increase in output. Yeah, it's always changing its angle over his state, and being and going around, that means it's changing the angle of the solar panels. That's why it flared up. Even better when it's you that they come to see. This was reported to MUFON and or Norfolk. Nope, it's not. Because they would have found out. No, not yet. They would have found out it's an International Space Station. But no one's put the time there. Created with CapCut. His friend, 18 Wells. Anyway, enough of UFO, man. You can see it takes a lot of time to look into these things properly. GUFON. We'll probably have to play that. I don't know, let's have a look first.
Really being pumped into their...
Okay, it reckons it's playing there, but I don't think it is. I think it's playing elsewhere. What was he talking about here? Okay, where are we going? No, it's lost my timestamp again. Oh, that's shitty. It's the second time it's done that. I don't know. What was he talking about? I might have to skim it. I might have to skim that one. Okay.
Their land. Doesn't mean...
See, I'm going to refresh my memory on it. Was it there? All right. I think it was the square clouds.
As I messaged him today, I said, man, hey, I've got something similar.
This is where it was meant to be. Let's just go back a wee bit. I was meant to talk about this a couple of weeks ago, and I lost my tab. The browser crashed, and it didn't restore the tabs properly. But, yeah, these square clouds, although they're interesting, they're natural. So this is, of course, he's teaming up with Into Thin Air, trying to turn everything into a conspiracy theory of weather modification, right? So this is
to get all notifications. All right.
How are we doing for time?
I don't know why I'm laughing.
I'm gonna have to finish up soon.
It is good. Good weed today.
Good weed. That's why he acts like a doofon. I can't stand it. Oh, here we go. Now the problem is this person's filming from a car, and you're only seeing two sides of it.
Right?
Or three sides.
He asked me because I messaged him today. I said, man, hey, I've got something similar.
Let's see. One side, two sides. So let's have a look at the other sides. 1, 2. So we got three sides. 1. Or does he just rotate it around for the same angle view?
Right? Not.
Is it two sides or three sides?
Because I messaged him today. I said, man, hey, I've got something similar.
Now, I think that only occurs when you're on the coast. And only happens in certain weather conditions and coastline of mountains. Causes of rectangle clouds. Let's see if we can find some more images of them. This cloud is a rectangle. Mildly interesting. Exactly. Okay, that one. I thought we were going to get something better than that. I wouldn't even say it was interesting. Images. Let's have a look. No. No. UFO cloud. No. No. We want rectangle. I put rectangle in there. No. Oh, here we go. Rectangular cloud formations. Let's have a look at that one. I think it only forms on 3 sides. Always the 4th side is normal cloud, right? You never ever see the other. You never see all 4 sides rectangle. That was not going to be very useful to us. I wanted to see. I see an article on it with the map. Now looks like we've got some drilling going on. This telling me to finish up here. There's meant to be a leak in the laundry today. More problems in the house. Right, there we go. We've got some sort of pattern happening. TR3B, but it's never ever 4 sides. Well, 3 sides in that case. Maybe square clouds, maybe a better search term, I don't know. Let's just put in square clouds. Go on Google, you can do it. Here's one, and here's another one. And that one looks like a 4-streak hole that formed a square instead of a hole. That's a good one from space here. And you can see that one's not actually a square, it almost looks like a banner plane in the sky. But you can see always the back end is never ever a flat edge. It's always coming off some sort of ridge line. We've got one here with a plane flying above it. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Cloudy with a chance of flying carpets. Mother Nature is amazing. I don't think that one's a real one. That one looks like a Photoshop. That one looks a bit suspect as well. That looks like something that Tyler would do for the Secure Team. Is that the same one that we're looking at the moment? It could be. I wonder if any article would tell us how they're made. What's that one? Fact check. These square clouds were not seen in US skies. Okay. Is it debunking security in there? I thought I saw his logo, just didn't then. Mostly false. After Chinese spy balloons, weird clouds have now allegedly been spotted in US. A perfectly rectangular cloud allegedly observed in the US after China's spy balloon. Around the time okay, the odd square clouds runs into Katka's volcano field. We want an explanation of how they're formed. And we're not going to get it. They've probably got a special name for them. Let's have a look at that one. Go into X. Right. So he's got all of them. So what do they call them? Doesn't say. Solar Square Clouds, Daily Star. Let's see what they say. There we go. One theorist even claimed that these rows of chemtrails are being used to prevent rainfall in certain areas. Yeah, I guess that's another possibility. If you had a whole row of planes making contrails, you could form a square pattern. You can't rule that one out, I suppose. Others spotted a triangle cloud. I suppose that's possible too. If you got two planes with contrails forming, that meet up would form like a expanding triangle. So yeah, it's possible that planes can cause them. But I think it's to do with the coastline. I have covered it in the past. I thought I'd better find information again, but looks like I can't. What's that one say there? Okay. Let's just open that one. Square clouds begin to appear above Earth. Wild phenomenon. Meteorologists cannot explain the nature of the mysterious phenomenon. I don't believe that's the case. I think they can explain it. The cloud hung well, you can see it's not fully straight edges. And I believe you'll find that's not a straight edge this way and not a strange edge this way. But the key is the landmass where they're produced. Let's see, layers. Yeah, it kind of looks like contrails, doesn't it? Could it be formed by contrails? More evidence of chemical spraying. Yeah, so it's a possibility. And what's this? That's HARP, isn't it? That's nothing to do with HARP. Yeah, so that could be, looks like a contrail, doesn't it? Contrail going this way. That was all the other ones, other contrails that sort of joined up from planes going the same direction. And just the right temperature at either end for the crystals not to form. I suppose it's possible. It makes sense. See, that one looks more like contrails joined together. Okay. So it looks like it might be related to contrails then. Could have sworn it was also mountain formation. Let me see. Mountain. Well, let's see what it says on that one. From space, because that one's slightly different though, isn't it? Again, that could be contrails. Because it looks like contrails here. See that? Contrail, contrail. They all seem to be going in the same direction. Then you got contrails going slightly different direction there. It does look like it could be related to contrails, doesn't it? Fits these ones here. And the ice crystals temperature in the layers. So what's NASA's theory on it? The cloud is not really square, even so its eastern edge is rather sharply delineated. It runs right up to the coast of Peninsula, which is dotted with volcanoes. So they're saying it's volcanoes? And then just dissipates. Here's a similar example. So where's the volcanoes? And that's not square. How can that be similar? I can see little black holes. Black holes. A deck of low clouds runs right up to the coast of California. For NASA's terrain, satellite capture. Upper atmosphere, blah blah blah. These are low-lying marine stratus clouds, but why did they stop at or so close to the coast? These clouds form as winds pick up the moist air right above the sea surface and mix it upwards. As the air rises, it cools, causing the relative humidity to increase. And when the humidity reaches 100%, water vapor condenses into little droplets forming clouds. With this in mind, why are the relative thin deck? The sea cools the air right above, thin, stable layer capped by warmer air above. This is a classic inversion. The bottom of the clouds form at a level which is humidity reaches 100, and the top forms when the rising moist air reaches the cap. The result is a low-lying deck of clouds over the sea. For more detailed explanation of how these clouds form, check out this premiere. Yeah, not too sure if they're right fully there. I can see what they're saying here with this cloud bank. And as it's reaching the coast, the temperature changes because of the heat rising from the volcanoes or the land mass. But it doesn't explain square, where the contrails seem to. Anyway, let's click on that and have a quick look at that one. Not found. Damn. Anyway, we'll leave it there. But, yeah. We've got explanation here, have we? Clouds form due to mountains. And humidity, obviously. Yeah, we see them often forming over mountain ranges. The ones in New Zealand definitely form over the Alps and drift over the Canterbury Plains this way. So that makes sense. But these ones here, I'm not too sure. If they're utterly right about the outcome. Like I said, I think these towns are near the coastline, and that's why these clouds could go over the top of the cities near the coastline. because it's in the right conditions for humidity. But then again, it's the first time I noticed the contrails form in straight lines too. So there might be two explanations for various clouds. But anyway, it doesn't matter. What they're saying here.
And then he says, did it flatten out? Because if it did, that would be really cool. And I'm like...
So that's the problem with thin air. We've been looking at this stuff for years now and come across it many times. He's new to the scene and he's trying to build up his YouTube channel, and he's putting up all this stuff as conspiracies and gets lots of subs out of it. You know, instead of putting up, looking up the science that we tried just to do there in 10 minutes or so, he would just ask some idiot like this guy here that has no clue on science what it is and if he's filmed them, and they'll make some sort of conspiracy out of it and get more subs out of it.
Like, no, this is all I didn't even pay attention. I just saw it and then, you know, walked away. So I wonder what he meant by if it flattens out, that would be cool. So maybe there's a video he'll make, but pretty cool.
He will make a video for sure.
Keep well, your camera is your phone is your camera, so you have...
What if he's got a link to... Let's see if he did put something up on it. No links. What's into thin air? He's bound to do a conspiracy on it. Here he is. That one. Square clouds? No, he's still on about this thing here. Yep, still on about that thing. The artifact on the weather app, or the wave app, I think it is. Square clouds. Not yet. We have to watch out, see if it comes up in the future. See what he says about it. Oh damn, that drilling's terrible. Sounds like things didn't go to plan. Moving on, lastly, how are we going for time? Took a long time on that cloud searching. Yeah. I was going to look closely at the other one, but I still think it's just a balloon passing the moon. Here, wasn't it? That's going to leave it to the... Maybe I'll push it for next time. We'll just have a look. Yeah, I was going to look at that one a bit more detail, and I was going to have a look.
It's two-dimensional.
Oh, I've lost them. I was going to look at this new one they've got up here quickly. I'll just have a skim of it, and then I'll close down for the day, I think. Too much noise in the background now. So it's giving me a headache through the headset. I'm drilling.
Look at the footage, and then we'll have a real quick chat out.
Oh no, not that guy. What's his name? The guy from UK puts up any garbage as well.
Afterwards.
Well, that looks so original and legit, doesn't it? Come on. Oh yeah, that looks like a real UFO. Come on now. Alright, it looks like it's staged. Pretend to talk to a cat and then look at the sky, and then we'll just add the UFO after. And look, see how it's jumping? Look at how it sort of jumps. Good one.
So here's what I know about this footage. This was sighted on May the 26th.
What's that guy's name? The underbelly here, that's don't like that guy whatsoever.
2024 in Tehran, the capital of Iran. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I showing you this? Well,
indeed, because you want to get clickbait.
I'm looking at this and I'm a bit unsure about this footage.
Unsure? Come on, it's so obvious. Oh dear, oh dear. This guy's still around on the side. I can be wrapping up in a minute. Definitely looks artificial. Okay, must be still with us. Bruce Banner, Hulk. What are you talking about now? How long you staying on for, you think? Thinking of lying down? Yeah, I'll be going in the next 10 minutes, I'd say. Anyway, just look over quickly this one.
Now, one thing I can
he's not sure on this one.
say for sure is I don't feel this is CGI.
He doesn't think it's CGI. The only other thing these ones can turn out to be is ceiling lights and a reflection.
But I do think that some
is it a ceiling light? This one could be.
thing is afoot here.
But
I wanted you guys to have a look at this, because if you pay attention to the sound this object makes and just the way it's flying, but I'm 90% sure this could be a customized drone. I mean, a very...
Not a drone. If it's a drone, it'd have to have a slight angle to the flight path, wouldn't it?
elaborate one at that, but a customized drone. Well, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that's something?
It doesn't look like they see. I think it has to be CGI.
Over Iran, or somebody's having a little giggle with us?
That's a good question. Hidden underbelly. And
I think what someone's done is they filmed a ceiling light here, LEDs in it, right? Now you get the tubes, light tubes that have rows of LEDs inside, and that's what they look like when you film with a camera. And they've sort of cropped it out, you know, masked it out of the other video, which is probably easier to do because ceiling always have a white ceiling, and it's very easy to mask around the light fitting and edit it out and then just put it over top of another video, right?
And that's what we want to figure out tonight.
Let's see how this sort of the jiggle back and forth here by the camera operator. This thing seems to stop. It's moving faster than the jiggle. Let's see.
Sure about this footage. Now, one thing I can say for sure is I don't feel this is, I mean, a very elaborate one at that, but
see that little jiggle there?
A customized drone. But what do you guys think? Do you guys think that something did fly over Iran, or somebody's having a little giggle with us?
That's a good question. Hidden underbelly, and that's what we want to figure out tonight. What the heck is going on? Is this some kind of big prank, or maybe a
I think I'm correct. It's CGI.
Massive CGI hoax.
Using a ceiling light. Now this one looks like it's done differently to the other one. It was higher quality.
Came through the videos a little.
But could they still do it with a ceiling light? Let's have a
peculiar to me. I'm not sure if this is 100%.
Could you do that with a ceiling light and keep it so clear all the time? Let's just go back on that one.
That something did.
That one looks like a ceiling light.
Fly over Iran, or
it's
somebody's having a little
well.
giggle with us.
That's a good question. Hidden underbelly, and that's what we want to figure out tonight. What the heck is going on? Is this some kind of big prank, or maybe a massive CGI hoax? The sound.
See how clear this one is. So, and look how smooth it is. So you'd have to have the camera on some sort of rail, wouldn't you? Railing, and slide the camera along, filming the light from different angles, and overlay it. It's too smooth to be handheld, right?
Came through the videos a little peculiar to me. I'm not sure if this is a.
That's more likely to be a snapshot of the actual sales page of the light, I think, and they've just rescaled it.
Having a little giggle with us.
That's a good question. Hidden underbelly, and that's what we want to figure out tonight. What the heck is going on? Is this some kind of big prank, or maybe a massive CGI hoax? The sound.
Yeah, this is going to be probably filming the light again, but got the camera on like a skateboard or something like that and filming it.
That came through the video is a little peculiar to me. I'm not sure if this is 100% legit unless we get hundreds of videos coming in overnight from that region. I'm still a little sketchy on this video.
Yeah, Blake, could this be a big publicity stunt? Absolutely. We're looking at something.
I don't know about publicity, but it's certainly highly suspect. Yeah, CGI. It has to be CGI. Let's just move it on.
Creatures out there, and there's also a lot of USO
creatures out there. These ones always turn out to be like old fishing nets or ropes from fishing boats, or seaweed, or even ropes and seaweed that look like a sea monster under the water as the tide's coming in or whatever.
activity happening all over the world.
Whereabouts are we?
All the time. So
it's on the coast. Looks like it might be on the beach.
Coast, but definitely very interesting.
Yeah, this one's weird. You can see it's kind of slithering as it's making its way through the ocean.
And that looks like a fishing net.
Right off the
Come
coast
on.
of Japan. You can
That
see
looks
the
like a
tail.
fishing net being dragged on the seashore by maybe someone walking in front.
Oh, it looks alive. Definitely, if you're seeing this, you're going to record it. You're going to share it because what we're looking at is something strange. John.
This is mind blowing. I don't think it's obvious.
Dr. J. Mind blowing. A lawyer that smokes too much weed.
This be Loch Ness because Loch Ness is in Scotland.
It's hard to see what's on the front here. It could be a boat.
And also Lake Champlain.
And this looks like a rope going to a big net. And the water's just making it move. Looks like it's alive.
Or is it trying to capture one's attention? Again, it baffles the mind, but what we're about...
baffle your mind, Blake Cousins.
Really incredible and gorgeous to look at. I mean, this is...
Oh, it's just gorgeous. Oh, I want to put lipstick on it.
Probably one of my favorite ones I've seen in a while. And
it looks like GUFON's asshole after action. So what garbage we got here? Here I am. I'm already debunking it. I should be skimming it and then saying, "That's it, guys. See you later." It's been a long day. Kind of looks like one of those lead kites out of focus again, doesn't it? Looks like the flaps one side here, flaps the other side, and it's got the pulsating ring of LEDs going in and out in the middle bit. It's got to be a lead kite. Really out of focus, right? It's Batman. Yeah, it's incredible. It looks like a UFO. It's got the
camera
dive.
angles were rolling the second shot from an eyewitness.
Kite. Out of focus LED kite. Lovely stuff. That's ridiculous. They're going to talk about this for half an hour, are they?
100% what we're looking at is actually up in the sky. So it's interesting to see. Is this some kind of secret
look, it's a triangle-shaped kite. You saw it
military surveillance drone? Obviously.
Military black ops.
Let everybody know you're coming.
It's a meta propulsion that's shooting out ions in the circle.
Again, it's the baff.
He's trying to make up shit as he's going and trying not to laugh.
Pulls the mind, but what we're about to share with you, actually, is kind of my most favorite video in the past month. It's coming.
Favorite video for the past month.
What was it, Pakistan, right? And
I said my favorite video, but I can't remember where it's from.
You may have seen it, you may have not. I think you're going to see it for the first time on YouTube. Something is going on over the city of Pakistan that can't be explained. Guys, it's one of the most unusual videos that has been seen on Facebook quite.
Is this it? Okay, we got some cable with some, looks like plastic wrap on it. This is his favorite video.
We're looking at this very closely. Some kind of plasmic display over a major city, blowing up into a gas form, almost as if it's some kind of cloud formation. Is this?
It kind of looks like it could be some art work, you know, where someone's got some clear plastic with black bits added to it, black rope or whatever.
Some weird weaponized artwork. I don't know.
Yeah, so he said artwork and laughed. So I think he knows it's probably some sort of art display.
I just don't know what to say. This is just really, really weird stuff here.
Man, could it be stuck on a power pole?
Yeah, Blake, indeed. This seems to be like spawning this kind of like green material throughout the city as it just kind of explodes. It kind of reminds me of the movie Nope at the same time.
Yeah, that was a ridiculous movie.
Could this be biological, or is this, again, some people are saying this is some sort of a Samsung commercial being displayed over Pakistan? I don't know.
That sounds probably about right. Artwork for a viral video.
This is the first footage that we've seen from this, so right now.
What's Dr. J think? Yeah! Is he going to hook?
At least a half a mile across the city's skyline there.
Yeah, that's what's blowing me away. It's just how far and distant it seems to span over the city as it kind of breaks up. You see it just kind of disappear and break up. And again, these discharges of...
Yeah, that could be done with a special film crew, though. Could be something for a sci-fi movie event, you know. Let's see. A strange art work green, and let's hit Pakistan, but I'll just say in the sky. Let's see what we got. Okay, patent sky green art images. Well, that's not what we're after, I don't think. I was hoping something will pop up. Sculpture, what's that one there? Did he say Pakistan? Pakistan. It could be trying to duplicate that, of course. Some artwork that represents, you know, the auroras. Yeah, I wonder if we've come across anything during the week on that one. I'm not sure it was correct location. Strange Green sky arts. Maybe not art, sky. What's that there? Freak thunderstorm turn sky green. Could it be related to that, maybe? Why would it cause it green? That one looks green meteorite. No, it's not going to be that. I don't know. Keep your eyes out on that one. The answer will be out there somewhere. Probably be on X or somewhere like that, probably. But nothing's really popping up there. We need more details on this video here they got here, and we're not going to find out, I suppose. No, they haven't got the sources listed.
A gaseous, kind of plasmic green energy, if you could call it that. Who knows what this is?
So there's the ring footage coming in from Ira and Noel. Thanks for reaching out to us via our Gmail. It's in all our descriptions.
Okay, it's a fisheye lens.
Every video we upload on YouTube. But did you see the streak of light? It's making a sonic boom. This is super rare. Is this some kind of experimental craft going over neighborhoods in Colorado?
Could be anything. Could be a meteorite with a sonic boom noise. Could be fake. It could be a plane, jet fighter.
I'm not exactly sure, but as we look at this closer and analyze
the shape of it,
take a look. This is what
the shape of it is long exposure, so we've got no clues on the shape. So boring. And that's all they're talking about now, is it? Yep. Yeah. Apart from the green thing, that needs to be investigated a wee bit more. They will have an obvious explanation for it. If we had the link to the video, then we might be able to. Might have to come back to that one and do a search again. But we'll leave it for another day. See how we go. I don't think many people will be watching now. Be all asleep, won't you? But anyway, I'm going to let you get to bed, guys. Be pretty late in America now, and pretty late, early in the morning for you guys in the UK. So I'll let you get going. I think most people were on YouTube again today. Last week, there was hardly anyone on YouTube, and it was all unpeeled, I think it was. Take care on the roads, and I'll see you next weekend. If not soon, if I do something, who knows. I still want to do another open lines, but make it a wee bit funny of Tyler instead of the Mr. Grey. But yeah, we'll just close it off now, and see you again soon. Good night, Jasper, Shagun, Michael. Who else have I forgotten? Yeah, it didn't flow as nice as last week's show anyway, because I had that more prepared, but because I was talking about the discs mostly. Most of it today was talking about the paranormal, and some people out there think it's funny. I think everybody's nut jobs that think paranormal doesn't exist. Let's drop off some of this.